uncertainty in the country and across the world. Our political correspondent Eleanor Garnier's report begins with the moment the BBC announced its prediction.
Well, at 20 minutes to 5, we can now say the decision taken in 1975 by this country to join the common market has been reversed by this referendum to leave the EU. We are absolutely clear now that there is no way that the Remain side can win.
Watch and listen carefully. This is history in the making.
The British people have spoken, and the answer is we're out.
And these were the celebrations just moments before the BBC called the result.
This will be a victory for real people, a victory for ordinary people, a victory for decent people.
With the pound plunging, Remain campaigners warned of turmoil ahead.
This is a crushing decision. It's a terrible day for Britain and a terrible day for Europe with immense consequences.
This moment, this is a seismic moment for our country that goes far beyond all the personalities. There's going to be a lot of chat what happens to David Cameron. This is a big thing for our country. And what this has exposed is a lot of division, and there's a lot of talk as if this is an overwhelming win. It isn't. There's 48% of people on the current projection who did not vote for this.
It wasn't long after polls closed before Leave started marking up big wins.
Ladies and gentlemen,
across the northeast, results soon showed Leave doing consistently better than predicted. A big win in Hartlepool and pushing Remain into a narrow victory in Newcastle.
65,404.
A much smaller win than expected.
Votes cast in favour of Leave.
Away from the north of England, in Basildon in Essex, another big win for Leave. And another count with a big turnout at 74%. And in Flintshire, just as across the rest of Wales, voters backed Brexit. But in Edinburgh, the Remain campaign secured a big win. And there was good news for Remain across London, picking up significant Remain wins. But Britain has voted to leave the European Union, to tear up the settlement the country's had for decades, unleashing perhaps huge opportunity, or perhaps huge risk, perhaps both. Eleanor Garnier, BBC News.
Well, the results have upset the world's financial markets with a dramatic fall in the value of the pound to $1.34, its biggest one-day drop in 30 years. When the polls closed last night, the pound soared to $1.50, but as support for leaving the EU became clear, the pound began to plummet. Stocks in Asia are trading sharply down. Traders say they haven't seen such dramatic moves since the financial crisis of 2008. Scotland's First Minister Nicola Sturgeon has suggested that the Leave vote will reignite demands for an independence referendum there. After all 32 Scottish local authority areas returned majorities for Remain, Ms Sturgeon said the EU vote made clear that the people of Scotland see their future as part of the European Union. Well, that's all the news for now. Back to the studio.
So let's look for a moment at Northern Ireland and the crucial border between Northern Ireland and the south of Ireland. Mark Devonport is our Northern Ireland editor. What do you think the consequences of Britain, the UK, leaving the EU will be for that border? We heard some early on in the campaign, people worrying about the border, saying it would cause terrible trouble in Northern Ireland, that for years they had an open border and now it become a closed border. Is that what's going to happen? What do you think?
Well, we're really in uncharted territory with this, David. We had, as you said, a number of visitors, high-profile visitors during the campaign, the Chancellor, two former Prime Ministers, Sir John Major and Tony Blair, all predicting that we could have a return to border checks and that this could be extremely disruptive in terms of the progress that has been made in Northern Ireland thus far. Now, the question is, what will happen, because Leave campaigners have been playing this down? The Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, Theresa Villas, who was a leading campaigner for the Leave camp, insisted that the free movement deal that we have here in Ireland would continue because it predates the EU. However, it has to be said that the Irish government has seen itself as a player in this, has been lobbying openly for a Remain argument, and it will have to be something that will be handled very sensitively, diplomatically by Dublin, which remains within the European Union, very committed member of the European Union, but now has a 300-mile border within the island of Ireland, which is now a border, or will become a border, between the European Union and an independent UK outside the
Does it
Union.
have, very briefly, does it have to be a border with police checks on every lane and every crossing?
I don't think that either the Irish government or the British government will want anything of that kind. They've put so much work into doing away with the security installations that we've seen in the past. But they will still potentially, if we have some kind of new system of tariffs brought in, have to come up with some system to check people moving goods across that border and to try and work out whether there should be checks of people moving within Ireland or whether there should be new checks on people's movement between Ireland and Great Britain.
Thank you very much, Mark. We're joined now in our whiz round by Syed Kamal, the leader of the Conservative MEPs in the European Parliament, who was in favour of our leaving, and you're presumably glad to be out of a job soon.
Well, I've always said that whatever the result, that it was important that we respected the result. The British people have voted to leave, and I think what's important that whatever our personal views might have been, we respect that result and we move on. I'm going straight into meetings this morning with the leaders of the other political groups here in the European Parliament to start talking about the next steps.
Among other members of the Parliament will be to this quite, as we've been calling it here, seismic change in the balance of power in the EU with Britain's departure.
Sorry, I missed the early part of that question.
What do you think the reaction of your colleagues in the Parliament of various parties will be to Britain's departure from the EU?
Well, I've been speaking to a number of colleagues this week in Brussels, MEPs as well as commissioners, and they have said to me, look, we would rather you don't leave, but actually if you do leave, it's really important that we get a deal that we're both happy with, so that Britain are good neighbours rather reluctant tenants.
So what do you think the first moves will be?
Well, what I'm going to do this morning is go into meetings with the other leaders of the political groups in the European Parliament to talk about actually how we start these negotiations. Then Martin Schulz, the President of the Parliament, will meet with the President of the Commission, Jean-Claude Juncker, and Donald Tusk, the President of the Council. Next week, David Cameron will come out here and meet with fellow Prime Ministers. And so we'll have in place the procedure and the discussion, how we'll go about the discussions.
So you don't think it's going to be a turbulent period? You sound as though you think it's going to be very easily accomplished.
I think what's important is actually that we do put in place certainty. That's important. And it's part of my job now to go into this meeting with the other leaders of the European political groups to feed back to Number 10 and to make sure that we're quite clear about the next steps in the negotiations.
Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Let's just have a look at tomorrow morning's papers. The Sun here, see you later. Daily Mail, we're out. The Daily Mirror, we're out. And the Indie, out. Of course, we aren't yet out. We've just had an advisory referendum saying we should be out. So, see you later, we're out, we're out. Werner Bogno, Professor of Government, what is the next step? What is the rational way for this democratic decision to be implemented?
Nothing much will happen immediately. The only immediate effect will be that the settlement that David Cameron achieved in February will not come into play. That is, the comparatively mild restrictions on freedom of movement will not be applied. But the next step will be for David Cameron to tell the European Council next week how Britain has voted and invoke Article 50 of the Lisbon Treaty, which is the legal procedure by which...
Well, you hardly have to tell them how they voted, they've heard it.
Well, they have.
Oh, by the way, you don't know this, but actually Britain's voted out.
So he'll have to make a formal approach to the European Council. Until he does that, nothing can actually happen. And there's a difficulty here because it will take up to 2 years to withdraw. But I suspect most of those who voted for Brexit hope that with one bound they would be free and that we'd immediately be free of EU laws.
How much discussion? How much discussion can take place before you invoke Article 50? You don't have to say. You say we've had an advisory referendum. Britain has decided to leave. Now, can we have some conversations about how we might do this before we start the formal procedure, or do you think it's inevitable, or constitutionally, since you're a constitutionalist, constitutionally proper for him pretty well immediately to invoke Article?
There's no time limit on the application of Article 50, but David Cameron has said that he will invoke it immediately, and that would be the honourable approach to take. Britain has made a decision. It's now for the government to implement that decision and to secure withdrawal with the least fuss. It's worth saying that the withdrawal agreement is not the same as a trade agreement, and the Brexiteers themselves are divided on whether Britain should have a trade agreement with the European Union or not. But this raises a much larger problem of whether the people in charge of this negotiation should be the people whose advice has been rejected. Because after all, the British people have given an instruction to the government and to Parliament to do something they don't want to do. That has not happened before in Parliament's history. Now, if you were instructing a solicitor, David, to do something for you, would you not rather have a solicitor who agreed with what you were doing, rather than someone who told you not to do what you proposed to do? So I think this raises acute questions about the future of the government, and indeed the representative nature of the Parliament. Around 2/3 of whose members are opposed to Brexit. The sovereignty of the people, I think, goes much deeper, controls the sovereignty of Parliament in this particular case, I think.
These areas are still waiting for the count to be completed, but the Leave campaign is now 400,000 short of the 16.8 that we were. They're ahead by, yes, the figure they've got to get to is 16,800,000. It's 16,400,000, so it's 400 to go. So those ones are still coming in. Now, Andrew Neil joins us. Andrew, do you think there's going to have to be a general election because of what Vernon Bogdanor was saying? You've got to have somehow, somebody's got to work out who's going to negotiate with the EU, and you can't have a prime minister who was thinking one thing and a chancellor who was thinking one thing, constructively and optimistically and cooperatively negotiating something quite different.
I don't think there are any plans for the general election. I think the strategy of the Brexit Tories, if I can call them that, the people who won, is to get into the driving seat to drive the negotiations. I think although you will hear a lot of talk today about how David Cameron should stay as prime minister, there are plenty of Conservatives who privately think that won't happen. And after a decent and relatively short interval, Mr. Cameron will be replaced as prime minister. One Tory said to me, how can we let a man who's got such a useless renegotiation, his words, not mine, for this referendum, then handle our divorce negotiations? So I think you'll see a new team in place, and if a lot of Tories get their way, probably a new prime minister as well, sometime this summer.
What do you think it will mean for the EU as a whole, the EU without us?
Well, Remain has said this will be a crisis for Britain. We'll see in the weeks and months ahead if that's true. I think there's no question. It is certainly a crisis for the European Union. It comes at a time when the European Union couldn't be weaker to cope with this. The Eurozone economies are still struggling to get out of stagnation. They're only just above 1% growth. There is a looming Italian banking crisis, which could bring them back down. They've got the migration crisis still going as well. And a recent Euro-wide survey showed that Eurosceptic feeling has never been stronger. It's stronger in France than it is in Britain. It's about the same in Spain and Germany as it is in Britain as well. And you see non-mainstream parties very strong in France. Will take comfort from this. Madame Le Pen is polling #1 at the moment. The Five Star Movement, another Eurosceptic party in Italy, they now control Rome. The Lega Nord is strong in northern Italy. Spain doesn't have a government. Portugal has a very weak government that's in loggerheads with Brussels. Poland already has a Eurosceptic government, so does Hungary. You add all that together, and you can see that it's not exactly a united front. And this will divide Europe as well. The European Union will be divided on how it should now deal with Britain. France and Germany will be divided. The North and the South will be divided on what their negotiating position should be.
So divisions all around, and of course the example of a successful Brexit referendum here how can any of this be resolved? Who would take a lead? I mean, one would assume that Germany would take the lead, being the most powerful country in the EU and the one who at the moment is sort of holding Greece's hand through this crisis. We know all the chaos that's going on, but who actually can drive through some scheme or plan for keeping the show on the road? Or are you suggesting the wheels will come off the vehicle and that's it?
No, I don't think the wheels will come off. What I'm suggesting is that we'll probably enter a period of a kind of phony war. I think it will be the tactic in Britain not to implement Article 50 right away, because when you do that, the clock runs and you only have 2 years to do it. I think there'll be lots of informal talks going on, particularly with the Germans and the Benelux countries and the Scandinavians, who are more kindly disposed to Britain as opposed to the French and the Italians and Spain. You can get a lot of that going on long before we get to triggering Article 50. And indeed, I've heard talk from people around Michael Gove and Boris Johnson that they shouldn't even trigger Article 50 until you get the French elections out of the way, which are next spring, and maybe even the German elections out of the way, which aren't until next autumn. So there could be, because they don't want Britain's terms of divorce to become an issue in either the French or the German elections, particularly the French ones, where anything that the French agree to give to the British, Madame Le Pen for the National Front will say, well, why, Monsieur Hollande or Monsieur Sarkozy, can't we have that too? So it will play into European politics big time.
What about the American aspect of this? Because we had President Obama over here urging Britain to stay, saying they'd be at the back of the queue if we left, and obviously concerned about Britain's role. What Americans have always wanted us in Europe. They've always said that's the best place for you to influence things along with your special relationship with us.
Well, the State Department in Washington has been up all night monitoring this, and they will now have to have a major rethink of what their approach is to Britain. It has been a long-standing American foreign policy objective and aim that Britain should be part of the European Union. That has been true of Democratic governments and Republican governments. That will now no longer be the case. So American foreign policy will now have to come to terms with a Britain that is not part of the EU, but will still have to deal with the EU. It will need to look at beefing up its relations, particularly with Germany, but also to some extent France too, and wonder how it can now develop a more bilateral foreign policy with London. So it's a big change and the end of a historic period in American foreign policy towards Britain as well.
Andrew, thank you very much. I know you'll be back later on, 9 o'clock, I think, to carry on the story of a day that'd be quite extraordinary day, really. Do you expect the Prime Minister to make a statement before 9? He has to make a statement before the markets open, presumably.
Yes, I think the Prime Minister will be under huge pressure to make a statement. I think he's still under even greater pressure to work out exactly what he's going to say. I think the most we can expect from the Prime Minister, at least this morning, will be a holding statement. It won't be a definitive statement. I'd be amazed if he resigned, but I think he'll leave that issue open for future statements.
But you think within a week or two he might resign, or do you think you're talking about the autumn? Or
I don't know the timetable, but again, the mood on the Tory backbenches will be for change. Again, one Conservative said to me, the way we can now shoot UKIP's faults entirely is to have a Brexit leader of the Conservative Party. If you've got a Brexit leader of the Conservative Party, then what's the point of any Tories thinking of voting for UKIP? UKIP may still be a problem for Labour in its northern heartlands, but if we've won the referendum and we have a Brexit leader of the party, then UKIP ceases to be the threat that it has been in recent years for the Conservatives.
Andrew, thank you very much. See you later on, anyway.
See you later.
Let's join Joe Coburn, who is in Manchester, where this whole count is going to, at some point later, finally be announced with all the figures in, and she's with Gisela Stewart.
Yes, David, here in Manchester, there is a mixture, a sense of shock, if you like, and there is also jubilation on the side of the Leavers as the result is still sinking in. You're quite right, I have Gisela Stewart here with me, who is one of the few Labour MPs who was for Brexit to leave the EU and chair of Vote Leave. Can you believe it? It's a surprise, given that the might of the government, money and everything else was thrown at us. But what was quite extraordinary is that 33 million people went to the ballot box. They're reflected on a 40-year history of our relationship with the European Union.
and by majority, they decided that they wanted to leave. And I think it's now a responsibility for us as politicians to act in the best interest of the nation. So calm down, take cool steps, but put that process in play.
You said a few words in German. Why? You're obviously, that is your native country. You wanted to leave the European Union, something Germany is firmly supportive of. Why did you speak in German here?
I thought it was very important that we make it clear that the United Kingdom is an open and outward-looking nation. It will continue to be open and outward-looking. We will work with European partners. We will work on the international level as before. It is simply the democratic governance structure which we have rejected. It's not the outward-lookingness which we have rejected.
But already we've seen signs of economic turmoil, the pound falling sharply, and you will be blamed for that economic turmoil.
Well, the markets clearly called it wrongly, but there's at the moment a bit of hysteria going on because today's vote is in essence a start of a process, which I would suggest you start with informal discussions and then you decide what you do next. So that overreaction, I think, on calm reflection, they will realize that this has gone too far.
Do you feel calm at the moment?
I feel at the moment, actually, I feel really excited at the fact that the people weren't bullied by the establishment, that the people decided that they did want to take back control, and that gives us an opportunity to kind of reboot our democratic structures and processes. And I just think that's amazing and wonderful.
But you're a Labour MP. Do you think David Cameron can survive as a Conservative Prime Minister?
Well, he and the Cabinet, I think, now have a responsibility to take the next steps. But
what are those next steps?
Well, they have to come together. They have to start deciding what the informal discussions are. But I think all the party political leaders have to reflect quite seriously on whether they have lost touch with what the grassroots voters actually want.
Has Jeremy Corbyn, the Labour leader, lost touch with what grassroots Labour voters want?
Well, given that all the political parties across the board were campaigning for Remain, and the people by majority said, no, we want to leave, that clearly shows that there's some disconnect going on. But now we have that opportunity to regain this. So I think it's very exciting, it's liberating.
Should there be a general election called?
No, I think we have had a decision, there's a stability here. It's now our responsibility to implement this in a responsible way. So I would say to anyone, whether they're delighted or disappointed, be responsible. That's the key thing now.
Gisela Stewart, thank you very much. Gisela Stewart will now be heading to London to meet up with others from Vote Leave. And that's it. Here, Manchester, at the moment, we'll have an official, of course, announcement in a couple of hours' time.
Thanks, Joe. J.K. Rowling has just tweeted, Scotland will seek independence now. Cameron's legacy will be breaking up two unions. Neither needed to happen. Emily.
The Welsh Brexit campaign leader is David Jones, and he joins us now. Thanks for joining us this evening. Give us a sense of the mood on the Tory backbenchers now.
Well, I think that there will be a great deal of relief that this process is now completed, but obviously amongst those who campaigned for a long time for this result, a great deal of pleasure too. We can now move forward to a new era.
You didn't sign the letter calling on David Cameron to stay. Do you think he should go?
Well, clearly, he has got to decide his own future. He was the man who presided over this campaign. However, what we do need is a period of stability, and I think that he needs to reflect upon what has happened. But the question of whether or not he decides to go must be a personal decision for him.
Would it be the right one?
I think, again, that's a matter for him. David Cameron has been an outstanding leader for the Conservative Party, but the fact is that on this occasion, he called it wrong. And I think now, as I say, what we do need is a period of stability. And David Cameron has got to decide whether he feels that he is the person who can provide that stability.
The author, J.K. Rowling, has just tweeted that he will be remembered as the man who broke up not just one union, but two, if Scotland goes back for its second referendum.
Well, I think that what we have to reflect on is this. We have now taken our country back. The United Kingdom is on the way to being an independent country again. And I think that before the Scots decide on yet another referendum, they need to consider whether they want to be part
of a strong United Kingdom, or whether they want to be an insignificant part of what is clearly becoming an increasingly monolithic European Union that is moving towards becoming a superstate.
And when you talk about taking the country back, many people in the country will not know what has to happen next. Is David Cameron the right person to lead the Brexit negotiations, do you believe?
I think that he is in some difficulty, given that the negotiations that he completed in February clearly didn't impress the British people. As I say, this is an intensely personal decision. But I think that, and I must repeat, what we do need is stability and certainty, and we need that as quickly as possible. And that, I'm sure, is something that will be at the forefront of David Cameron's mind this morning.
I don't understand what that means. When you say we need stability quickly, are you calling for change or are you calling for continuation?
No, what I'm calling for is David Cameron to give consideration to whether he is the person who can provide the stability that the country needs. Clearly, we've got a negotiating process that we have to enter into fairly soon. There's the European Council only next week. He clearly will be representing Britain at that council. But after that, the period of negotiation will continue for some months, maybe more than a few months. And he has to give consideration to whether he is the person to do that.
And who do you think might be the right person if he isn't?
Well, that's going to be a matter ultimately for the Conservative Party. If David Cameron decides that he doesn't want to continue, then clearly there's going to have to be a process first of all, within the parliamentary party and then within the wider party. And I think whatever happens, David Cameron needs to provide the continuity to enable that process to take place if he thinks that that is the right thing to do.
Would you like to see a snap general election now?
I think that would be entirely the wrong thing, and I don't think that it's necessary, because we went into this parliament having made a manifesto pledge to have a referendum. We've had that referendum. It's come up with a clear result on the part of the British people, and that must always have been foreseen by the government when they drafted that manifesto.
Okay.
So I don't think that another election is necessary at all.
David Jones, thank you very much, David.
37,000, bottom right-hand corner of the screen there, needed for victory for the Leave campaign. And we'll just perhaps wait until we cover it. I think we've just reached that point. There we are. That is now statistically, mathematically there, that the Leave campaign have won. And we're expecting at the end of the count, 52% for Leave, 48% for Remain. Quite an extraordinary moment. Not in terms of the way people voted, because it was all the way through, people have said it was a very close run thing, but in terms of a turnaround for British foreign policy, British policy towards the EU, British internal policy, British policy on immigration, you name it, everything now is up for change because of this decision. And however you look at it, it's an earthquake that has happened. And what happens after earthquakes, well, we wait to see. From your point of view, you're quite confident.
Yes. Fantastic news. Absolutely brilliant for the United Kingdom. Absolutely brilliant. It's superb.
Emily?
In Northern Ireland, they voted 56% to remain, and now they're going to have a border between Northern Ireland and the south. The security implications of that have yet to be worked through. The implications for that, for the peace process, have yet to be worked through. I think, and what's odd as well in Northern Ireland is, of course, that the politicians were all arguing that they should go, but the people of Northern Ireland, of whatever background they came from, voted to remain. I think it's going to be a very difficult situation there, and that is going to be our border with the European Union. That is where we will, if anybody wants to come into Britain, and obviously one of the things you were talking about was taking control of our borders. How are we going to take control of that border? That's another question, I think, that we need to be asking today.
Let's just see this, because I'll come to you in a moment, Vernon, but let's see the figures on our now sunlit House of Commons. The Leave campaign on 16,835, and that's winning post was 16,776,000. So they've just reached that point, and the Remain just not quite there, and still a little grey bit to be filled in, but have already crossed the line. Now we're joined by Liam Fox, one of those who was campaigning all along for a Leave vote, former Defence Secretary. Dr. Fox, what would you like to see happen now?
Well, first is to have a period of some calm so that people can understand that it's not, as the papers say this all, that we're out. It's going to be some time before we leave the European Union, and we'll have a period where we can disentangle ourselves. We want to leave on good terms, we want to cooperate where it's in our mutual interest to do so, and we need to have a period of stability, and to that end, I would like to see the Prime Minister today announce that he will be staying on so that we don't add political instability into the mix.
So what you're saying is we've not left, it's just that we've announced that we want to leave. That's where we're moment.
Well, that's technically correct.
Yes, but the Prime Minister has said that he would implement Article 50, the withdrawal procedure, immediately if there was a vote to leave. You think he shouldn't perhaps do that, or he should?
A lot of things were said in advance of this referendum that we might want to think about again, and that's one of them. I think that it doesn't make any sense to trigger Article 50 without having a period of reflection first for the Cabinet to determine exactly what it is that we're going to be seeking and in what timescale. And then you have to also consider what is happening with the French elections and the German elections next year and the implications that that might have for them. So a period of calm, period of reflection, to let it all sink in and to work through what the actual technicalities are.
But Nigel Farage and his supporters, and indeed many of the people who voted to leave, will surely be expecting something more than a period of calm reflection while you decide whether to invoke the procedure to leave. I mean, they're expecting action this day.
Well, we'll be getting action this day, I wouldn't think, on pretty much any front. Because I think that we have all understood that if we go through Article 50 of the Lisbon Treaty, that purposely gives us a window of 2 years to try to sort out these problems. We will have a number of legislative questions to ask for ourselves. But I think what is clear is that we have now decided to change the course of our history. And I hope to also change the course of European history. The British people have taken a really courageous view, which is to say that managed decline in a failing entity of the EU is not to be our destiny. And I'm just overwhelmed by the moment here. It's an enormous historical impact.
How long can you go on paying £350 million a week, which was on the side of your battle bus to the EU, once the British people have decided they don't wish to pay £350 million a week?
Yeah, well, we'll still be required to fulfill these obligations that we have under our current negotiations until such time as we leave.
Well, shouldn't you crack along and speed it all up and get it done and dusted as soon as possible?
Well, of course, if we can get it done under the Article 50 agreement more quickly, then that would be great. If we can come to mutual agreements on things like trade and some of those security arrangements, that would be wonderful. And I think that there's a very strong incentive to do so, because it is in the interest of both the other countries in the European Union and now Britain, as we will be outside the European Union, to maximise our cooperation. And I've always wanted that cooperation. I just didn't want to be governed by them.
I don't quite understand how you see the Prime Minister, who fought so hard on the other side, suddenly changing and saying, oh, I see, that's what you want. You want to, right, this is how I'll negotiate that. I mean, he went to Brussels, he had a negotiation that you said was a failure, and you would no doubt think was part of the reason that he didn't win the referendum. How can he then sort of act as though it was what he wanted all along? This, the British people have spoken, and I will now take charge, and this is how we'll do it.
I would perfectly understand if the Prime Minister felt very bruised after this result. He urged for one course of action and the public chose another. But that's democracy, and especially that's true of a referendum, which is very binary. And I think that there is a very strong instinct in David Cameron that understands the element of duty in public life. And while it might be uncomfortable for him, I think that it's for the stability of the government and the good governance of the UK that we get political continuity, at least until we're well into that negotiation. And I'm sure that will not be an easy decision for him, but I would urge him to do what his instincts tell him and to maintain that stability, and so that we can get into this process with the least turbulence possible.
Dr. Fox, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jeremy, should we just have a look at the story which has now unfolded for people who just joined us to see what it is that happened this evening and last night as the results were counted?
It started 8 hours ago, didn't it, David? It seems like a lifetime ago now, and doubtless the man behind that door of number 10 has some serious questions to answer about what he does next, as Dr. Fox was just saying there. Let's just go back, shall we, to the start of the night and the very, very early result, which rang all kinds of warning bells for the Remain side, was Newcastle. Now, this was supposed to, you'll see it come on our Downing Street there, coloured up in yellow, because it did vote to Remain, but only just, and it was supposed to go quite substantially for Remain. So immediately you were seeing there the Leave vote much stronger than we thought, and that was around midnight. Followed then by Swansea, which was interesting because we had that down on our index as one likely to Remain, and Swansea voted to Leave. So the results started to really worry the Remain side from an early stage. It looked for a while like London might come to the rescue of Remain. Lambeth reporting an extraordinary majority, something like 80% to Remain, and other parts of London going strongly enough for the yellow side, but not strong enough to overtake the Leaves. Sheffield, Durham, Birmingham we had next. Now, 3:25 in the morning, Sheffield comes in. Here we are. We bring it on to our Downing Street here. And this was a sign of things to come, that cities outside London, which we thought might have edged to Remain, actually went Leave. Durham was a classic 50-50. We thought Durham might well go 50-50 if it was a close result. Durham went Leave, which was a sign that the country was going Leave. And then Birmingham with 700,000 voters. In the end, they basically all cancelled each other out. We thought we might get a Remain from Birmingham. We got a blue for Leave from there as well. And finally, Northumberland took us over the line. Leave coming first. No way back for Remain. In the end, their powerful areas, London, Scotland in particular, didn't bring forward enough votes to conquer Leave, who had extraordinary turnout and resilience in places all around the country, particularly England and Wales as well. And as I say, it leaves some real questions for the man who called the referendum and took that huge gamble. David.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. Well, if you've just joined us, the answer is of the referendum result is that 52% of the country voted to leave, 48% voted to stay. So the decision was absolutely clearly that the people of this country, by a majority of 4% in effect, want to leave the EU. And that has all sorts of ramifications, which we'll go into a bit later on. But at this point, let's have a full catch-up of news and weather. Here's Louise Minchin.
Thank you, David. Good morning. Britain has voted to leave the European Union. The Leave campaign has so far taken 52% of the vote. It's now impossible for Remain to overtake it. There have been strong wins for Leave in North East England and in the Midlands. Scotland and Northern Ireland voted to remain in the EU. This report by our political correspondent Eleanor Garnier begins with the moment the BBC announced its prediction.
Well, at 20 minutes to 5, we can now say the decision taken in 1975 by this country to join the common market has been reversed by this referendum to leave the EU. We are absolutely clear now that there is no way that the Remain side can win.
Watch and listen carefully. This is history in the making.
The British people have spoken, and the answer is we're out.
And these were the celebrations just moments before the BBC called the result.
This will be a victory for real people, a victory for ordinary people, a victory for decent people.
With the pound plunging, Remain campaigners warned of turmoil ahead.
This is a crushing decision. It's a terrible day for Britain and a terrible day for Europe, with immense consequences.
This moment, this is a seismic moment for our country that goes far beyond all the personalities. There's going to be a lot of chat what happens to David Cameron. This is a big thing for our country. And what this has exposed is a lot of division, and there's a lot of talk as if this is an overwhelming win. It isn't. There's 48% of people on the current projection who did not vote for this.
It wasn't long after polls closed before Leave started marking up huge wins.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Across the northeast, results soon showed Leave doing consistently better than predicted. A big win in Hartlepool and pushing Remain into a narrow victory in Newcastle.
65,404.
A much smaller win than expected.
Votes cast in favour of Leave.
Away from the north of England, in Basildon in Essex, another big win for Leave. And another count with a big turnout at 74%. And in Flintshire, just as across the rest of Wales, voters backed Brexit. But Scotland voted emphatically to stay in the EU, though the overall result will lead to renewed calls for a second referendum on Scottish independence. And London, as predicted, was a stronghold for Remain.
Hold a minute.
But Britain has voted to leave the European Union, to tear up the settlement the countries had for decades.
Is going to crash.
What?
The pound is going to crash.
It's sort of crashed already.
Looks like I'm going to be going to London. Looks like I'll be going to London real soon.
Might as well. I'll take advantage. Take advantage of the crashed currency, I guess.
They were making a very big mistake, but hats off to them that they made the decision.
Well, why do you think it's a mistake?
Sorry, I muted me. It's basically like California telling the rest of America, we're going to have our own currency. And so California is going to miss out on the benefits that come with having the American currency.
The UK already has its own currency.
Correct. It does have its own currency. I understand this. But there's a lot of mutually advantageous things they get, though, by being a member of the EU when it comes to the value of their currency, etc.
Well, I don't know if it's a mistake or not, because I don't profess to be anything, to know anything about European British colony politics. But it's interesting that Northern Ireland voted to stay, Scotland voted to stay in the UK, and England and Wales voted to leave.
So how does that work then? Can Ireland and Scotland stay, or do they have to go with the rest of England?
Well, the United Kingdom is part of the UK, is part of the EU. So what's going to happen is that the UK is going to leave. The UK, of course, comprises England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. Once the UK leaves the EU, then I think there's going to be a referendum again in Scotland to leave the UK, because maybe Scotland wants to be a separate country within the EU. I don't know. All sorts of shit can happen.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that they've voted to leave as well.
Oh, I'm not surprised at all. I'm glad they did.
Yeah, but I was over there recently, and I really didn't get the sense from London, anyways. I'd like to see the numbers from London.
London voted to stay.
That's what I'm exactly. So yeah, I would have expected that. The rest of
it stay in Liverpool. But the whole of the northern England all voted to leave.
Yeah, I mean, there's like 7 million people in London, but England has what, like 60 million. So
yeah. So yeah, good thing. Benny has joined us. Hello, Benny. Who's Lottie? Lottie wants in. Who the hell's Lottie? I don't know Lottie. Sorry. Who is Lottie?
Oh, you don't want to know. He's a piece of shit.
I'm sure, but who is it? What chick?
Look, Doug thought that was a real girl. Or I mean, he thought it was like live.
well, it is a real girl.
I mean, yeah, but he thought it was like she was in in the Hangout live.
Well, she was broadcasting to the Hangout from a different chat. She knew she was.
She probably needed. She's probably in the hangout just because Benny was.
Oh, she was live?
Yeah, it was live.
I thought I've seen you play that video before.
No, I've since recorded what was played in the Hangout though. But yeah, she's not live now, obviously.
Oh.
Yeah, read what Benny just typed.
Yeah, I see it. Have you played videos of her before?
No, this is the only video that I have of her. Tonight's the only night that I actually got her to start twerking her ass around the room.
I see.
She lives in Toronto. No, this was in a group chat, but she was talking to me and a few other people while she was doing this.
Who is she?
She goes by the moniker Bunny, and she's from a different chat site. Yeah, I've kind of moved on. You know, Donna and I are no longer a thing because Donna got into a car accident. Lady Stardust and I are no longer an item because
the baby.
Well, the baby had to get aborted because Rob's counseling sessions kind of ruined our marriage. So.
Rob?
Yeah, Rob was counseling Lady Stardust and I, and it kind of backfired.
Which Rob?
The Rob, the one and only Rob.
Australian Rob?
Yeah, he was telling us to stay together for the sake of the child, but it's not going to happen.
Oh, you make the Pope sad when things like this happens.
And then this morning, Vlad put some girl on cam, and he's like, trying to make sexual advances toward her, and she totally fucking dissed him. It was epic.
He was just messing around. Vlad gets what he wants.
Except for his tools, though. Except for his tools.
I don't know what do you mean by that.
He knows what I mean by that. It's an inside thing.
Oh, Vlad just happened to have joined us. Huh. Didn't see that.
That's why I was addressing that.
Oh, okay. I was spreading peanut butter on the bread. I missed it.
See ya, Benny. Yeah, PB and J, eh?
No, PB
Benny,
and no J.
I don't know how you can stand the constant fucking back. It's either wrestling tropes or repeated fucking Eminem lyrics.
Yeah, I don't like Luke Dogg's little shtick either.
Luke Dogg is not allowed to come in here.
It's just non-stop over and over and over again. It gets so annoying.
I would like to address all the Londoners, though. I still think you are great people, and I fully expected you to not vote to exit. So I look forward to meeting you Londoners again in the near future. They generally tend to have a different outlook than the rest of Britain. They're a lot more pragmatic, I would say.
Yeah. Who?
Londoners, obviously. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, yeah, Londoners wanted to stay. I still don't understand why they're so divided. Like, what is the big huge advantage for staying, and what is the big huge advantage for leaving?
I heard that it saves them money.
It's not going to save them money, though. It's going to cost them money because they're going to lose out on a lot of trade deals that they had.
Yeah, I don't know if that's what I don't know if what I said's true. That's just what I heard.
Well, it may be true. It may save them some money in some areas, but it's going to cost them more in the long run, is what I'm saying.
You mean exiting or staying?
And Lou.
What are you saying? Exiting is going to cost some money, or staying is going to cost some money?
Well, both, but exiting's got to cost them more.
Well, I'm a traditionalist, and when I was a child, Britain and the UK was not part of the European Union, and I wanted just things to go back to the way they were when I was a child.
Well, then let's get back to Britain having its colonial possessions. Then, get back to how things were with you as a child.
How about we get rid of fucking computers and the internet?
I really could have done without laptops and all this stuff. I would have been using probably. Actually, believe it or not, I started out on radio originally. Before the internet, I was on radio.
I'll keep my internet.
No, radio was fun. They had a way to broadcast video through your amateur radio set. You could do that.
Before the internet, I was on writing a letter, putting it in an envelope, licking the disgusting thing closed, going to the post office, buying a stamp, putting it in the mailbox.
You could have had a fax machine. Even back in the 70s, they had fucking fax machines that were, available.
I've never had a fax machine. I've never had a need for one. Once I had a fax machine when I bought a printer that had a modem in it. But that was many years ago.
Yeah, I'm making the point, though, that, you could have circumvented...
I'm sorry, I had a computer that had an internal modem. What am I talking about? Oh, one of the two, I forget.
Look, the internet is very convenient. I'm not going to say it's not. However, I could conceivably I could have gotten by back in the 60s and 70s, etc. They had over-the-air television. They had fax machines. They still made books back then. Books have been around for thousands of years. There were ways to circumvent these things.
Now the down corner. The rumor has it in the side chat and YouTube page that you have a girlfriend.
No comment. I can neither confirm nor deny said rumors. Let's not bring that up on the topic here. We have a different topic.
No, we have. Well, fine, but I just needed to address that because we have interested parties. Perhaps you're being vetted for boyfriend status.
I can neither confirm nor deny that Sugar Rhodes and I are going to Hawaii very soon.
Okay. Well, far be it from me to even suggest that Down Corner and Sugar Roads would be going to Hawaii together. I doubt that would ever happen. That Sugar Roads and Down Corner. Sugar Roads and Down Corner going to Hawaii? Nah.
Hey, Sugar Rhodes is looking great, though. She is looking great, and I hope that she gets past a lot of the obstacles that she's having to deal with right now. Yo, Outbound, are you there?
Yeah.
What do you think of my assessment of if you or I had been born back in the 1940s, let's say? What do you think of my assessment of having to live through the 60s and 70s, etc., with no internet?
What was your assessment?
Assessment is that it was definitely very doable, obviously. I gave examples of technologies.
I mean, yeah, I guess it's doable. I mean, people lived through it, so I guess it's doable.
I don't really think the internet is all it's made up to be. I mean, people hop onto Google and they type stuff in, and what comes up? I mean, look at the quality of the lots of stuff comes up. You get whatever 1 million hits, but look at the quality of what comes up. Quality.
I think the internet is everything it was meant to be, or stuff. It wasn't even conceived. It is what it was never conceived to be. It's the biggest success, I think. Sure, bullshit comes up and you get 1 million hits of shit, but that's garbage in, garbage out.
But what I'm seeing though is that the internet is dumbing us down because the source material, the information that pops up, is stagnant. People are no longer referencing books, or primary documents, primary sources.
Yes, they are. Sure, they are. I mean, if you go to Google and it sends you to Wikipedia, and you look up something that you want to source, you go to the reference for that particular thing, article, subject, whatever. You click on that, and you use that as your source. You don't use the Wikipedia as your source.
Bodo can neither confirm nor deny.
I guess. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Bodo can neither confirm nor deny that Sugar Rhodes and I are going to Hawaii in July.
Really? Fuck yeah, dude. Enjoy yourselves.
You can't confirm or deny.
Honeymoon.
I can't confirm or deny either.
I wrote a story about me and Jennifer Borden going on an anal honeymoon adventure in Hawaii.
Who's Jennifer Borden?
That's Jennifer.
She's a model, isn't she?
Gordon.
Oh, Borden from Hangouts.
Yeah, fuckhead from Hangouts. Yeah.
Oh, she's pretty.
She's a fuckhead. I don't know. I've sort of come off her.
I said she's pretty. I didn't say anything else.
You like her?
Of course I like her. She's pretty. I like that pretty girl.
Fuck, how much of that shit you've been smoking a day, man? Let me send some of that shit down here, dude.
Well, no matter what I say, you're into shit smoking. Fuck.
Oh, she's pretty. God help you.
Okay, she's prettier than you. What do you want me to do?
All right. Shit, there's...
I was going to mention that, though. Bruto is looking very radiant and very healthy. I was going to say that. It's true.
Drinking a lot of tea. Thanks, Down. Hope you've been well. So how did Britain go? You had a good time with them?
Britain's gone. Out.
I know, they're out. They cut their nose off.
That was part of the convo here. See, I was telling Sydney that I have the sense of London. I have a very good sense for Londoners because I've spent a lot
London.
of time there. And the first thing that he confirmed is that Londoners did not vote to leave, and that makes total sense to me. Londoners are a lot more pragmatic. They're a lot more
smarter, probably.
Yeah, they're a lot more cultured. So
they're much more capitalist, I think.
Absolutely, there you go. A lot more capitalist. Yes, that's a good way to put it. They're about making fucking money, and if they leave they're leaving the EU. It's going to go through this multi-step phase here. money's going to be lost when it comes to...
No, I don't think so. I mean, how's money going to be lost considering that London is still the busiest financial center in the world? It always has been. Well, it is now.
How long were you out there, Down?
What's that, Bruto?
How long were you there?
In total, I would say I've spent about 6 weeks there.
Wow.
Yeah. So, you know, it's more than 2 or 3 days. You kind of get a sense for the people when you're out and about every day like I was.
Yeah, definitely.
You know what's funny about this, though? I ran into some Brits that were not from London, and I met them over in Germany. And their conceptualization of London was very different from mine, and they had only spent like 1 or 2 days in London their whole fucking life. You know, this is very common. A lot of Northerners, like around Liverpool or Newcastle, whatever, they have this.
Liverpool voted to stay.
Liverpool, I'm surprised. Wow. But they have this misconceptualization about London, and anyways, it was interesting to know more about London than native Brits knew about it. Okay, that's kind of what I'm saying.
Right.
But yeah, it's probably the same in America. Though there's a lot of Americans who have never gone to New York City, and there's people from Paris who have lived there for a year or 6 months or whatever who know more about New York than they do.
I guarantee you, every tourist that leaves Vancouver at the end of a holiday knows more about Vancouver than I do.
Yeah, they could. They could if they're there. If they're there and they're out and about.
If they go on any tour at all, you know, tour package, for example, they will have seen more than I've seen. Or know. Okay.
Yeah, once you live in a city, though, for like you have for a number of years, I mean, you kind of know every nook and cranny of that city, though, man. I mean, I've lived in cities.
Yeah, but you stay away from where the tourists go. I never see any tourists because I don't go to anywhere.
Well, you go to the gay bars, right?
That's where all the tourists go, so I've never seen the tourists.
I love it. Okay, when are you going to have Reason Speak? You already had it?
No, I have it lined up for, yeah, I forget, but it's lined up. Oh, actually, hold on, I can tell you. No, I can't tell you.
Oh, boy.
I could tell you. If I knew how to use a computer, I swear I'd be able to tell you.
Is it working?
Bunto, did you influence Kiz to try the new brushed up hairstyle?
Hairdo? I haven't seen him. I just sent him a message that I called him a snob, and he didn't answer. I haven't talked to him in about 2 weeks, but yeah, I liked it. He was growing it out.
Yeah, he got all trimmed up though. I mean, it looks nice either way. You know, I mean, he looks nice.
Well, I said he put this thing out, a new profile picture, and I said, man, grow your sideburns to your beard, and then you can do Civil War reenactments. And he says, I have no sideburns to speak of. It sounds like a Civil War general to me.
I'm still enjoying your weekly fat shaming picture.
Yeah, why do people think that's fat shaming? It's just like voyeurism.
Well, yeah, no, I agree with you. It's not. I'm saying that. Hold on a second. The way that I took it, and I may have taken it wrong, is that
everybody takes it as fat shaming.
Yeah, but the way that I took it, and I may have taken it wrong, is that the people posting those pictures of themselves are fat shaming themselves to try to feel comfortable by being fat. You know, comfortable with being fat. That's the way that it's like self fat shaming. Like they are self fat shaming themselves.
It's like when I saw that photo of that lady with that sign, I was like, fuck. And I just like, okay, put it on the feed. You know, it's like a reflex. It's like, fuck, man, that's out of control.
You know what, though? There's still a lot more pressure on guys to be fit than women. Like, a girl like that could still get any guy to
I love it.
I guarantee you.
I hate
Holy
that.
Shit.
I hate that sort of inequality in society.
And like the chick I put on my feed today, it's like, okay, like I'm a member of that cross-dressing community, and they have like these people that just put up photos, right? And these people are putting like dating a real girl. I guess for some reason they're putting that in the cross-dressing community. So I saw that today, and I saw that girl and her big ass belly hanging out, and I just took it, man, in Photoshop, and diddled it around and threw it up on my feed, man. Hey, Johnny.
Is Johnny.
Without further ado.
Hello, mate. Hello, mate. Cheerio, chap.
Yeah, Bullfrog, what kind of sexual mayhem happened last night?
Between you and Patrick?
All I can tell you is we're talking about the old famous fucking squirrel grip.
The taco?
I love the old squirrel grip. It's one of my favorites.
What the hell are you talking about?
If you don't like the
Have to
fucking
have
squirrel
sugar.
grip, you're not in on the in crowd. You need to fucking learn how to do the squirrel grip.
No, I'm not on the inner circle, not at all. I'm not. I don't think I'm even on the outer circle, because I don't even know what the hell fuck you talking.
It's like a Jewish thing.
I mean, I'm definitely not on any circle.
It's a Zionist thing.
I'm on the edge of the precipice of hell. For the Jews.
Is it true that the Jews have to screw through a hole in a sheet?
Every one of them, yep.
Yes, yes. Yes, that's it. You're right about that.
There's no other way we're allowed to do it. That's it. It's like the, you know how the Mormons have magic underwear?
Right.
Well, we Jews, we have special sheets, magic sheets.
I have to remember that. Yeah. Next time I go on a date with a Jew, hey, you got the sheets ready?
Yeah, I always take one with me, just in case. Just in case I pick up another Jewish girl.
Man, I've got the white sheets in the trunk to make sure the blood doesn't splatter, man. But now you bring a whole new dimension to that.
And also, virgins are my specialty.
Are you circumcised?
I neither confirm nor deny,
Nor deny.
that I've allowed myself to be touched. I've allowed my PP be touched by fellow male religious
mohair
cult leaders.
What do they call them? A mohair? A mohair?
Mohel. Moheaven.
I was pronounced that as moil. Am I wrong?
That's the Yiddish. That's the Yiddish pronunciation of it. Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mix Yiddish with German all the time. So whatever. Yeah. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Don't tell me what to do.
Oh, well, guys, I just thought I'd pop in for a little bit before I call it a night. But, yeah, man, I'm glad you had a good trip down. Good seeing you, Johnny.
Yeah, it was great. It was great. So Billy Sykes is doing well. He invited me back again, so I will be back over there again real soon. And next time, hopefully I can broadcast with you guys. So.
Oh, hell yeah.
Where are you now?
Back home, I guess.
Yeah, I've been back home for the past few weeks.
Oh. So why can't you broadcast now?
I don't know. It's almost 1 in the morning. It's kind of dark here, right, Bunto?
Yeah, shoot, 12:41.
Well, I especially came on at night for the nighttime crowd. You know, I wanted to catch the after movie crowd.
They'll come in. All the ones that come in at night are the Aussies, right? Isn't there daytime by now?
No, not at all. Yeah, maybe. No. I tell you what I do remember. At 3 in the afternoon, it was 5 in the morning in middle Australia, wherever.
Is that because of Rob that you know that?
No, that's because of Damien.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that's right. That dude.
You know, Rob would do the whole, sit online until his feet turned purple thing. You know, he put in a lot of time.
Holy shit, I remember that. Anyway, guys, have a good night. Take care, y'all.
See you, Bando.
Yeah. I'm just saying that the guy's the guy's very dedicated.
Oh yeah, that was dedication. That was. Listen, if your fucking feet and legs aren't turning purple, you're not dedicated. Okay? You're not a fucking true G pluser.
It means you're taking breaks.
Yeah, you're not doing it right.
Yo, I don't understand how Sandra got any sleep at all though during his, time on here, because the only thing that separated the computer and the bed was this little like Chinese shade, right, Bullfrog?
Yeah, but
I
they're
always
very
thought he was
sound
sitting at a
protected.
shed at the bottom of his garden.
Yeah, no, those things there are fucking great. They block the sound. They're fucking brilliant. Okay, so if you want any soundproofing in your house, you get the fucking paper Chinese fucking screen, and all your worries will be gone. Put them up against your windows. No one will ever hear you ever again. Brilliant, great invention from the Japanese. Very
Now,
good invention.
now, what is this about Rob using his shed, Sydney? Where did that come from?
Oh, I just always thought he was broadcasting from outside his main house in a separate outside house. I don't know. I just sort of felt it.
You admit, no.
You know
It just
what?
seemed like
Though?
it to me.
You know what, though, Bulldog? This is a good idea. How about you and I go half-seas on a shed, and we have it delivered to Rob's house? That way Rob can broadcast from the shed.
He doesn't need a shed. All he needs is a fucking Chinese fucking divider, and that solves the fucking sound issues,
You
okay?
should get a green screen. Chinese divider.
Yeah. Even do a green screen. That's even fucking probably even better.
Yes.
Yeah. No, he had the latest technology in that department. There's no disputing it. It worked. That's why he bought it. Blocks the sound. The sound just fucking bounces straight off it, okay? Made out of A4 paper and balsa wood, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what you need for soundproofing.
Yo, Outbound, what do you think?
Of course he agrees.
I wasn't listening at all. I'm trying to do some work.
There you go. You couldn't hear us because of the fucking sound screen that we were using.
No,
Yeah.
I was reviewing some other reports for an email account that for a client that I'm trying to sell.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to sell email accounts?
No, I'm trying to sell him on hiring me to increase his sales. I'm looking through his reporting.
What does he sell? We all buy one. What does he sell?
He sells shirts and like streetwear.
I don't hang out in the streets. No. Yeah. Do you have any recluse wear?
Yeah. No.
Ah, damn.
What
It's
about
called-
staying?
You could have had me as a customer, I swear.
They got recluse wear. They got that at Goodwill.
Goodwill. Oh, good idea. But then I got to go out.
Yeah.
Recluse wear online is what I need.
You could probably get somebody on Craigslist to go to Goodwill for you. You have to pay them a fee, but
I'm not going anywhere near Craigslist. I'm sorry. I've had
you're not.
I've had too many fucked up stories from them.
Well, a true recluse loves Craigslist.
Well, I'm an apprentice recluse. I've been apprenticing for about, I don't know, 30 years now.
It says they're existing, but it doesn't make sense.
Oh, you think you're going to come through for your client?
I don't know about this one. I think he needs to do some advertising outside of email. I think his campaigns. I think I can improve his campaigns a little bit.
Email? Are you fucking kidding me?
But well, that's what I do is email marketing. But from what I can see
That's
here,
like doing it's like helping people with dial-up connection. It's like so.
no, it's not.
Last century.
Email marketing is the internet. It's the one category of internet marketing that has the largest amount of ROI. It's the most important part of your internet marketing. So,
wow. Interesting to know. I didn't
There's
know that.
there's not any website that you can really take a large part in get involved in that doesn't require you to have an email address to sign up with. We all have email addresses. It's your direct personal contact on the internet, and it's the best way to stay in touch with your customers. It's where you get your purchase confirmations when you buy stuff online. It's where you get your abandoned cart messages when you were looking at something that you didn't fucking buy. It's where you get your suggested products that you're most likely to purchase after previous purchases. I mean, and I could go on. There's more.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Where's Uber Goober? I thought Uber Goober was coming in.
Yeah, but this guy's his subscriber counts are declining. He's not getting new signups, so his.
Who's that?
No, we had a really good hangout last night, Outbound, until you decided to fucking.
Until I what? Oh, I had to throw you under the bus for that. Just trust me.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. I don't care what your rationale was. It's still not going to work. It's bullshit.
What's not going to work?
When he threw me under the bus when the naked man photos were flashing and he.
Yeah, I waited.
Oh, what? Who? Oh, you were trying to. Whose hangout was that?
He porn bombed a guy.
But whose hangout was it?
Oh, yeah, I remember. Oh, yeah. And then you chastise him and said, down, don't be doing that.
Yeah, I left after that.
Oh, yeah, I saw.
I was feeling like being a bad boy that day, and
yeah.
the bad boy gang wasn't like fucking around. The hell. What the hell was with that?
But I don't know if this porn bombing's going to work these days. You report it and nothing ever gets done.
Yeah, it seems like they've got laxed on the porn.
Yeah, they have. Before it used to go down in about like 1 or 2 minutes, but now it's like 1 or 2 days, and even then they go, well, I don't know. Yeah.
So then what's the point of even porn bombing? Try something else.
Yeah.
Try putting a picture of Donald Trump up and see if that gets flagged.
I mean, porn bombing will work, but it has to be like really large and explicit and
yeah.
And it can't be for a short period of time. It has to run for a while.
Well, I think it's a stupid idea. There's no point in doing it. I think the wisest thing to do is to switch the off button.
Well, that won't get their channel taken down.
Well, why would you want to do that? See, that's not part of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Yeah, I mean, I want the liberty to limit your liberty.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm thinking the same.
So it's all about your liberty.
Yeah,
What are you anti-liberty?
I am pro-liberty for everybody.
Well, that's where we clash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about the terrorists?
What about them?
Are you pro their liberty?
Well, every terrorist has liberty. Well, every person has liberty until they are identified as a threat or a dead terrorist or whatever.
I mean, you can't. Technically, you can't really be for everybody's liberty. You have to limit.
Yes, you can.
No, because
I'm not saying that if you have liberty, you can't forfeit that privilege.
No, because you have to at least limit the liberty of people who want to limit others' liberties. If
No, you just have to define liberty in such a way that that it benefits everybody and everybody understands that there's a common sense about it.
Yeah, but if I feel like that I want the liberty to limit your liberty,
I understand that. But
somebody in that situation, somebody's liberty's getting limited.
Yes, but that's not commonsensical. That's not thinking from an ethical and a common sense base.
Oh, here we go with the ethical debate.
Oh, absolutely.
Ethics are created individually on the fly. So
that's not true.
It's the same argument with as the liberty.
True.
It's the same argument as the liberty.
What you do individually on the fly is
I think it's ethical for me to limit your ethics.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's the same.
Well,
it's the same argument.
I tell you what. How about I just hold my hands behind my back, bend down in front of you, and show you my neck so that you can cut my head off.
Oh man, I thought he was going a different direction till he did the cutting his head off. I was getting all excited.
No, I want to give you something to really get excited about. Behead me.
No, I don't want to cut your head off.
But that's giving you ultimate liberty, right?
No, because I'd like you. I want to keep you alive so I can keep limiting your liberty.
Oh, yeah. I see. Like you fucking.
Wants to torment you, in other words.
Sadist.
Yeah. He wants to take away.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you. How much are you going to pay me?
Oh, frog, where is Toasty?
How much are you going to pay me outbound for the privilege for allowing you the privilege of limiting my liberty?
I'm thinking in that situation where somebody wants liberty and the other person doesn't want them to have it, then there's liberty has to have a limit. Like you can't just like have a free for all open everybody gets unlimited liberty, because it's impossible, because one person's liberty starts where the next person's liberty stops.
Mm-hmm.
My freedom starts where yours stops.
It makes no sense.
No, it does. It's. I mean, you can have all-out freedom of liberty only if you're limiting the situations where a person's liberty limits another person's liberty.
Bullshit! You know what? You're climbing a ladder that has liberty written on every single rung.
I know. Look, if I want to limit your liberty, that goes against you saying that like everybody gets their freedom, right? So I would not be able to. I would not have the liberty of doing that. So then, in order to allow you to have your freedom that I want to take from you, you'd have to take away my freedom to limit yours.
So I get from this that you expect other people to treat you the same way.
No, that's the whole point. Is I want to be able to limit their freedom.
Yeah, but then you have to become an emperor or some kind of a dictator or autocrat.
Where do I sign? Deal.
But then you got to get support. You can't just do it alone.
No, I don't.
You got a bunch of fucking goons with guns, man.
No, I don't want support. You can all fucking hate me as long as you just do what you're fucking told.
Mm-hmm.
I don't give a shit.
I will take your wife hostage and get some ransom from you and some promises that you will just get the fuck out and leave everybody alone.
See, doesn't that go against your idea that freedom of like you're kidnapping?
No. There's no rules in war.
But you said you were for open liberty, so now you're limiting my wife's liberty. Are you gonna take her even if she's all?
No. I have been converted by you, so now I'm limiting your wife's liberty. I'm taking your point of view and saying, hey, you're right, I'm wrong. So now I'm going to go and limit your wife's liberty.
Oh, okay.
Is that all right?
No.
Why? I'm basically your student.
No. I want to limit your liberty. I don't want you to limit my wife's.
But how can you teach me something and me not learn from it?
How can you teach me something and me not learn from it? I don't. I mean, if you didn't learn from it, I didn't.
In other words, you're teaching me that your liberty is the only liberty that counts, and you can limit other people's liberty. So now I take from that hey, well, I'm your student, and you're gonna sort of pass on, and I'm gonna pick up the mantle.
No,
hey,
I'm not trying to teach you to mimic my mantra. I'd rather you be, what's the word, oh fuck, I can't think of the word. Like I want you to have the slave mentality that fits like a puzzle. Into
you wanted me to be like a Muslim, to subjugate myself, to be submissive.
Actually, it doesn't even matter whether you learn or you want to copy.
I just have to make this live announcement that in the event of an American or U.S. collapse into civil war, Lou Pliskin has my couch.
What's
nothing?
Lou Pliskin?
No, Lou. Pliskin.
Lou?
Yes.
What the fuck is he talking about?
Well, if you would be on YouTube page.
Hold on, we got people on the ground here, Sydney, for the BritX. Ask Sty about this.
Oh, hey, Sty! I've been up since like 3 a.m. UK time, listening to BBC about this, and so I listened to Nigel Farage's speech when he said, "Hey, we won. Good morning." Liverpool voted to remain. I'm very surprised. I'm shocked. Not only am I shocked, I'm deeply, deeply distressed about that. Because I honestly thought Liverpool was like not a traitorous town. They've been so close to Wales and all. Come on, Star, you got the whole world fucking waiting for you. I mean, the whole world is sitting here on the edge of the seat. What's Star gonna say? What's the first thing he's gonna say when he comes in? Oh, I can't wait. Okay, he's gone to fix things up and he'll be back. Well, I, for one, hope that the whole Brexit thing doesn't mess up the rules where the English Premier League can't invest in the same quality of players from the rest of Europe. I hope there's no barriers to that.
Sorry, I had to change my mic.
Good morning. Morning, Sty.
Okay.
Congratulations, Sty.
Hello. Hey, sorry. I'm on. I've got like 2 PCs, so I forgot I was on the other one, and I was trying to copy and paste, and I was like, shit, I'm actually on the other computer.
Yeah, we understand. Okay. Good morning and welcome.
Dude, we did it. We fucking told the EU to go fuck itself. Woo!
So, Liverpool seems to want to stay.
By the way, I know my city's voted to stay, but I voted leave, so I'm part of the 44%.
Oh, okay.
So Liverpool's a pretty big little place. So yeah.
But what? But hold on a second. It's a big name. Must be popular for something.
Get all the tourists and shit here. Don't probably why they fucking voted to want to stay. Anyway, yeah, we did it. The fucking Welsh, only for the fucking Welsh.
And
the Welsh saved our ass.
The whole of Wales want to leave. The whole of England wants to leave. Northern Ireland and Scotland want to fucking stay. I don't get it.
What the fuck?
I just don't get it.
But we did it anyway. And the fucking the pounds fell through the floor. It's leveled out now. It's leveled out.
What's the time in England right now? What's the time?
What time is it?
Why do you want to leave?
7 o'clock. Why do I want to leave? Well, because we can't kick them out when they fuck up. They give us stupid laws and we can't get rid of them. At least if you got a government like a bunch of dickheads that we've got now, we can get rid of them every 5 years. At least. You can't get rid of these fucking idiots in Europe. They're like a bunch of little fucking Nazis, man. So, Britain told them to go fuck themselves. And rightly so. And now everyone's like in meltdown on the news. It's hilarious. I've been up literally watching it since 10 o'clock last night.
Being part of the EU allows them to make laws?
Yeah, they dictate. It's like, imagine being in America, right, and you have all the states in America. Well, that's kind of like Europe, right? But then the federal government tells all the states what to do, and you've got nothing to say back to the federal government. That's basically what Europe is. But we basically succeeded like Texas and said, fuck off. If you get my point.
Well,
that's basically what we
I guess I see your point.
Succeeded from the union.
Yeah, because
after 40 odd years.
We get a vote on the federal government. Well, supposedly we get a vote, but...
Well, we didn't even get a vote. It's just the way it is.
You don't get to vote the EU leaders in?
Nope. It's called a commission. And they've got like 5 presidents. And they appoint each other. Because they're all like fucking bureaucrats. If the European Union was different, I would have voted to stay. But it's not even democratic. So that's why everybody just voted to tell them to fuck off. Which is awesome.
Fucking Nigel Farage is a hero, my new.
We've literally just had our own little mini Independence Day.
Yeah, he's Winston Churchill will always be number 1. Nigel Farage is now number 2.
Yeah,
it seems ironic that Britain is having something akin to an independence.
Yeah, it's not even funny, dude. Well, the thing is, the last time we joined was like 40 odd years ago, right? But we didn't join a political union. We joined the single market. But for 40 years, these fucktards have been getting laws and laws and laws from all the little countries. Well, I wouldn't say little countries, but all the countries in the European Union, and just dictating. And it's annoying because you can't kick them out. So, fuck them. So we left. And now we can make our own fucking laws. And we don't have to fucking bow down to these fucking bureaucrats over the other side of the fucking ocean.
So what are the tangible differences that we're going to see?
Well, tangible would be basically, one of them is migration. In the European Union, there's 500 million people, including us. If you lived in the European Union, you could go to our country, doesn't matter what, and get benefits straight away, same day benefits.
Yeah,
that's going to end. And also, people from other countries were basically discriminated against because of the EU. Now we can balance that out a little bit, so we can have skilled workers from other countries who are just as capable, right? And then let them in, instead of letting other people in who probably are stupid. Do you know what I mean? So, higher skilled workers.
Discriminating against people like me.
Yeah, anyway. I mean, fucking hell, we discriminate against the Commonwealth. That's like 50 countries. Just to let Europeans in. And the funny thing about the migration thing is, I was watching TYT, and Senk was like, just because people don't look like you, to try to make it like a race thing.
I don't like that guy, Jen.
Most of the people who were migrants from Europe were white. You ain't fucking like black people or Muslims or anything. They were white, Polish, Scandinavians from shitty countries like Bulgaria who get paid like £3 an hour or some shit. Not even £3 an hour, like 3 rubles. What the fuck?
What's an average hourly rate in England?
In dollar terms?
No, in pounds.
In pounds, the minimum wage is £7.20.
No, the minimum wage in London is £10.
No, the standard minimum wage government across the board is £7.20.
That's ridiculously low. But yeah, anyways, in London it's £10.
No, nobody gets paid that. It said when I had my job, I was on £10 an hour, and I live up north. But the bog standard in dollar terms, our minimum wage is like, I don't know, $13 an hour, something like that. Minimum wage, I guess. You guys have been voting for that $15 an hour stuff, so that's good. Loads of states have voted for that now, innit? California, New York. Some of the ones, I think San Francisco voted for it as well. But yeah, it's just good. It's just we can make our own laws again without people bitching and saying you can't do it. We couldn't even deport people because the EU said you can't. Like, we tried to get rid of that Abu Hamza dude for like 10 years.
Oh, right.
The guy with the fucking hook. Remember him? The guy with the fucking hook on his hand?
Yeah. Didn't you send him to America?
Yeah. No, we sent him back. We sent him back to Jordan. Eventually, it took us 10 years because the EU wouldn't let us. They said it was against his human rights to send him to a country who torture people.
Yeah.
Like, whatever. It's a fucking terrorist instigator, man. The fuck. It feels good. I feel proud to be a Brit today.
Yeah. Uber Goober just arrived. Say hey.
How's it going, guys?
Hey.
Yeah, I don't know shit ton. I don't know every aspect of the whole leave or stay thing, but from what I have seen, and it doesn't even matter from what YouTuber I've seen it from, even people like Thunderfoot, but what he was saying about it, he sounded retarded.
He is retarded, that's right.
Everything I've seen said, leave. I agree with anyways. Like I said, I don't know. I'm not there, but
it's a good.
I think Dr. Randomer Cam summed it up very well tonight when I watched his video. I don't know if you guys know him.
No, but it's a good day. It's a good day.
Yeah.
This video?
He
Who are you talking about?
Dr. Randomer Cam. He's a goofy guy. Wears a hat.
Goofy guy who wears a hat. Haha.
Yeah, on YouTube.
Nope. Can't say it. I know the guy.
He's on. He's part of Honey Badger Radio, but yeah, like you said, I watched a few different sides of it, and I don't think why anybody would want to really stay there.
And the pound is at $1.36 now. Hopefully it'll stay there, somewhere around there.
Okay, this is what I heard from the BBC. Last night at 10 p.m., the pound was at like $1.50.
It was.
And this morning
now it's
at
$1.
like 5 a.m. it was at $1.34 or something.
Yeah. That's the biggest drop. It hasn't been at that level since 1985.
But your stock exchange hasn't opened yet for the day.
Nope. It's gonna in about 2 hours.
This shit's gonna bounce back.
Exactly.
It's not gonna bounce back. It's gonna go. The futures market's gonna take a bashing as well.
Should
like the pound.
Should David Cameron resign this morning in his speech?
No. He should stay on as Prime Minister. Said he's gonna leave in 5 years anyway. So what's the fucking difference? It's gonna take him 2 years to negotiate a fucking exit anyway.
Yeah, but who should negotiate the exit? David Cameron or the next government?
No, him.
Why?
Because he's the fucking Prime Minister. Who else is
I know, but he's just Prime Minister who wants to fucking stay. We need.
Yeah,
we
well,
need
the people told him. Well, he said if the people choose to leave, he'll fucking do what it takes to fucking get the shit done.
Well, would it be better to have, say, Nigel Farage as the Prime Minister?
Because they're knobheads. They're just like knobheads. Because they're knobheads.
Knobheads. They want to leave the UK. You want to leave.
No. What I'm saying is they're not prime ministerial material. Okay, as much as I don't like David Cameron, you know, the little tit, but he's still the prime minister. He's got clout. He's only got 4 years left on his
He's
term.
going to be. This is his most embarrassing moment of most any prime minister in the history of prime ministers, especially of England.
It's actually, I actually like the fact that it gives us the chance to get the fuck out of Dodge. He's the only prime minister.
Yeah, but he's not the one who's going to say, "Hey, I fought for us to get the fuck out of Dodge." He's not the guy. He's the guy who says, "Oh shit."
That's, you listen to all the spin doctors on the fucking TV, man. Don't do that. Don't listen to the BBC. They're all idiots. He's gonna stay.
Who should I listen? Okay. Tell me who should. In fact, why should I listen to anyone? Why don't I just watch David Cameron and the
just
British
listen to me, because I know what I'm fucking talking about. The point is, right? He's gonna come out and go, I understand what the British people have said, and I'll do my best. And that's all he needs to say. That's it. And then walk back in the fucking house. The one I want to listen to is Boris Johnson. He makes me laugh.
What's his position? I mean, his professional position.
Who, Boris Johnson? He's a backbencher.
Oh, he's an MP?
Yeah, he used to be the mayor of London, didn't he?
Yeah, right. No, so he's an MP with what party?
Conservatives. He was the one who was he was one of the Leave campaigners.
So
him and Michael.
David Cameron's conservative as well?
Yeah, which is weird.
What? Hold on a second.
This is the weirdest thing. This is why it's weird. A conservative prime minister, right, was actually saying, stay in the EU.
Yeah.
When normally in the history and the context of Britain, that's not the case.
Then
shouldn't
Boris Johnson be the prime minister?
No, he's a fucking buffoon.
Hold on. He's been the mayor of London. He's not
the only
much
one.
of an idiot.
No, I tell you who should be the prime minister. Theresa May. She's well capable.
No. That's like Green Party or something, isn't it?
No, Theresa May's the fucking. Theresa May is the one who's she did the whole inquest over Hillsborough and all that shit. I forgot the fucking.
Isn't she Scottish?
No, I forgot what she does.
She did the inquest over what?
Hillsborough disaster, you know.
About the
96. No, I forgot what she does. Oh, God, my brain is farting. Because I've been up since 10 o'clock yesterday. She's like a justice person or some shit. She runs like the fucking...
I know the name. Anyway, it doesn't really matter.
No, but she's good.
Onwards and forwards, yeah.
Yeah, but I can't see anybody really in the Conservative Party who could be Prime Minister. There's probably it'd be better to have just a normal general election. And we've got Scotland saying they want to leave now as well, so that's going to be interesting.
That's what I mean. David Cameron has just initiated the breakup of the United Kingdom.
I don't see that as a bad idea, though.
Well,
to be honest.
Well, let history in 500 years make that call.
We just want a fucking empire, for fuck's sake. Breaking up this little fucking island won't make much of a fucking difference now, will it? Besides, most of the people live in England anyway.
Most of the people from where live in England?
No, most of the people in England, as the majority of the island, are English. There's like 3 people who live in Scotland and about 4 people who live in Wales.
What the fuck are you talking about?
The populations. There's 3 million people who live in Scotland, or 4, and there's about 3 or 4 million people who live in Wales. The rest of the population live in England.
So, okay,
that's
4 million people in Scotland, 4 million people in Wales, and 52 million people in England.
More or less, yeah.
Something like that, okay.
Some in Northern Ireland as well, probably some in Northern Ireland.
Okay, and 330,000 in Northern Ireland, alright, fine.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh,
so, I mean, the majority of people, I mean, if they wanted to join the EU, Scotland, fine. I mean, we could trade with them. It'd give us a bigger trade deficit.
Well, if they had voted to leave Scotland...
They voted to remain, though.
Yeah, I know, but if they had voted to leave, and then this referendum remained the same, then Scotland would immediately be able to say, okay, we're joining the European Union, or apply to join the European Union.
Well, they can. If they vote to leave now, they can. Why not? would take them forever.
Scotland cannot vote to leave the UK. They got to go through a whole referendum process again.
Yeah, but that's the whole point. They will now again. Nicholas Sturgeon.
But you missed my initial point. I said if Scotland had voted to leave the UK, which is what they're going to do now anyway. The fucking idiots.
Well, so fucking who cares? Fucking
I think
Scotland.
they already. Well, I think. All right, you guys go at it.
Go no.
Didn't mean to interrupt.
No, we need your opinion.
Well, like I said, the only thing I saw from the shit was the biggest point was they cannot vote, or Britain vote did not count as far as the rest of the UK went. They had some party favors up top that could cast bullshit, whatever you want to call it. Basically, Britain's vote didn't count in the UK shit, and that's why the people want to leave.
No,
from what I saw.
Britain is the UK. You mean the EU?
Sorry, I don't understand the whole. It's not as easy as states and country here. You know what I mean?
We have 3 countries in the same fucking country, which is weird.
Okay. I think you understood what I was talking about. I hope you understood what I was talking about.
Well, the thing is, the biggest country in the country, I know that sounds really weird, is England. It's got the most people in it, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So England basically just took England and Wales, thankfully, joined us. But England and Wales basically just decided to tell the European Union to fuck off. Scotland wanted to stay in, and so did Northern Ireland.
Okay, so what is this trend that I saw that they mentioned, that the BBC mentioned about there's a great divide between the north of England and the south of England, where all of the north of England said, let's get the hell out of the EU, and London being in the south of England said...
Yeah, it was only, if you look at the map, it's quite funny, because it was like the only place down south that wanted to stay, really, was London. That was it. All the rest was blue. It's kind of funny. It's like London is like a little entity unto itself.
Yeah. You know something? Excuse me, Uber, one moment. I can't remember exactly when and where, but in the old medieval or pre-medieval times in Britain,
it's a principality, London.
Yeah, there was a time when the king held only London, and the barons or magnates who were opposing him held the rest.
It still literally is that way. The city of London is still a little principality.
Yeah.
I think there's like 12 million people who live there or some shit.
That's a lot of people, you know. What's it, 1 mile square? 1 square mile?
It's a lot of people.
How big is the, I guess it's called the City of London?
Yeah, it's just one big, huge thing. It's like a big block. Yeah, I mean, it's small if you look on the map, but
London was fortified at one point.
There's a difference, though. There's the City of London, and then there's the rest of London.
Yeah.
It's fucked up. It's hard to really understand.
Because the actual London has little boroughs around it, but then there's the City of London that's like bang in the middle.
Yeah, the city has like walls around it. And drawbridges. No, maybe not drawbridges, but gates, I think.
They're actually doing it now, live. It's getting announced in Manchester right now.
Votes cast in favour of leave was 17,410,742.
Yay!
Nice.
Number of ballot papers rejected. Number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. No official mark,
Yeah. The turnout as well was 72% across the United Kingdom. That's pretty
pretty
high.
amazing.
Mm. And you know we've only ever had 3 referendums in our entire fucking history. 3. And that was the 3rd one.
When was the first one?
Fuck knows. I know the 2nd one was to join the ERM, I think. Or maybe that was the 1st one. I don't even know. We don't do them that much. Obviously. In fact, I think it was to join the ERM, which was the single market. And then we had Black Monday, I think. And then we had one to join the EU, which is, I think it was in 73, I think, if I heard that correctly on the BBC. And then it took 40 years to get this one, and we left.
Jesus Christ.
Basically. That's how it went. I think that's the chronological order.
It's so fucking typical of European history, specifically British history.
Oh yeah, there's Nigel
that
Farage.
This kind of crap happens.
Can you hear this?
You know, it used to be royalty fucking up. Now it's the parliament fucking up.
By 164 votes, so I didn't come last. And now there are 70 million people that voted for Brexit. It's a victory for ordinary people, decent people. It's a victory against the big merchant banks, against the big businesses, and against big politics. And I'm proud of everybody that had the courage, in the face of all the threats, everything they were told, they had the guts to stand up and do the right thing. The election was won, in my view, in the Midlands of the North, the old Labour vote.
Yeah, it was Labour.
There is still a massive disconnect between Westminster, SW1 and real communities. And the one image I will remember throughout the rest of my life was a woman in Bolton grabbing my hands with tears in her eyes saying, why doesn't David Cameron, why doesn't the government come and see what they've done to my community, what they've done to the prospects for my kids? People here don't understand. They're too wealthy. They don't get what open door mass immigration as a result of EU membership has done to people's wages, to people's availability of getting GP appointments or their kids into local schools. This was the issue ultimately that won this election. So I'm thrilled that we've done this. I believe the other big effect of this election is not what's happened in Britain, but what will happen in the rest of Europe.
Yeah, they're all going to start to leave. It's awesome.
That's Farage, right?
Yeah. The Netherlands, maybe? Yeah.
And similarly in Denmark, majority there are in favour of leaving, so we could be quite close to Brexit.
Brexit.
You know, so how come Brexit didn't happen? Remember Brexit? They fought tooth and nail to stay.
It's awesome.
I hope this is the first step towards a Europe of sovereign nation states, trading together, neighbours together, friends together, but without flags, anthems, or useless old unelected presidents. So
That guy sounds like a retard, whoever's talking.
well, 17 million people have said we must leave the European Union. We now need a Brexit government. A government that gets on with the job. A government that begins the renegotiation of our trade relationship. A government that will be mindful that already many of the German car manufacturing unions have said, let's get on and do a deal. Let's go on buying, selling motor cars and wine and cheese with each other. But a government also that at the same time uses the opportunity. And the opportunity is we're now freed to start making our own trade deals and associations
With anybody. Yeah. Woo! Trade deals for the win.
chance to rejoin the world in the 21st century global economy. So we need,
Oh, yeah.
as I say, a Brexit government. We need the negotiations to start as soon as humanly possible. We need to start thinking globally about our future. And the other thing I think that needs to happen is that June the 23rd needs to become a national bank holiday and we will call it Independence Day.
Yay! Love it. Fucking love it. I couldn't sleep, man. My eyes have been plugged to this shit all night. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. I thought the fucking Remainers had it. I was like, oh my god, they're gonna fucking win.
When did you think that?
Awesome. Fucking awesome. Told you he said Independence Day. He rubbed that though off Boris Johnson. Because he said it first.
He was talking about that documentary. Who's eating crunchy Cheetos?
Take all necessary steps to meet its responsibilities for monetary and financial stability. Well, I could have written that. No surprise. Okay, I'm joined here by Kate Hoey, Labour MP for Vauxhall, who is a Leave campaigner, and Sir Eric Pickles, who ain't a Leave campaigner.
Eric Veckles. It sounds like if Veckel had a British name.
So
Eric
decent
Veckles.
are on the side of Leave, and the others not decent and not ordinary, and are just the toffs and the experts. Is that how you see it?
No, I think what I did see when I was going around the country a lot, particularly in Labour areas, was this feeling that Labour voters really felt they hadn't been listened to. They weren't being listened to, and they had been ignored. They'd been called stupid, and they'd been called ignorant. They'd been called racist, or really actually just saying what they thought was wrong.
I'll interrupt you. I'll come back to you now because Jeremy Corbyn has just joined us.
I have to watch
the
my leader.
leader there. Mr. Corbyn, thank you very much for coming here. Good morning.
Oh yeah, there's a Labour Party leader.
Previously said during this campaign you were 7.5 out of 10 in favour of remaining. Now you're 2.5. The 2.5 side of your intellect has won, and the 7.5 has been abandoned. How do you see the future now? Are you an enthusiastic Brexiter now?
Well, the British people have made their decision. We must respect that result, and Article 50 has to be invoked now so that we negotiate an exit from the European Union. I think a lot of the message that's come back from this is that many communities are fed up with cuts they've had, fed up with economic dislocation, and feel very angry at the way they've been betrayed and marginalised by successive governments in very poor areas of the country. And my point throughout the campaign was that we had to have an alternative to austerity. We had to have greater resources going into areas where there's been huge changes, and I strongly called for the introduction of a migrant impact fund, as well as proper funding of local authorities. The results obviously are different across the country, different between densely populated urban areas and other parts of the country. We now have to try and protect the working conditions that we have in this country, and in the negotiations with the European Union try to obviously ensure there are some trade opportunities for Britain, because clearly there are some very
He's a pussy,
different
this guy.
the value of the pound, and there will therefore
Yeah, he's the guy who was like, oh, let's just stay in. But he's a fucking he used to be a skeptic, a Euro skeptic dude. And then all of a sudden he just changed his mind and was like, oh yeah, I'll stay. Pussy. He's the head of he's the leader of the Labour Party.
Somebody clearly cut him a big check.
Maybe I just think he liked being the fucking leader of the opposition, because he's never had that job before. He's been a backbencher for like forever, like forever, and now he's the fucking leader. So I think he just wanted the limelight, unless someone told him that's a good idea. It's obviously a bad idea. He should have fucking voted. He should have just went on the Leave campaign, man. He stuck to his guns. Everybody wanted the opportunity to tell the EU to fuck off for so long.
I will be interested to hear the people that I talked to that wanted to stay there.
Oh, they're all crying bitches. I'm looking at them on fucking Facebook, laughing my fucking tits off. They're all like, nah, the world's gonna end, the sky's falling down.
Oh, that's retarded.
It's like we can't survive without the EU. Are you kidding me, man? Come on. Fucking country's 1,000 years old. We've been through worse than the fucking That slight dip in the pound. Get it?
Good point.
Yeah, that's just gonna bounce back tomorrow morning.
It's already stabilized. The fucking
it'll
stabilized at 138 already. It's like literally flatlined. That's good. That means we can sell stuff now because it was at 150. That was artificially high anyway because people were betting that we would stay. So they just lost all that money.
Hey, you're referring to the Great British Pound versus Euro currency pair?
No, the dollar actually.
Oh, the dollar. Yeah.
Yeah. It was at 150, like 10
Yeah, I've been watching the Euro GBP currency pair, and it's rising.
Yeah, it's going back up. It's just it's going, you know.
And I pointed out that the thing is, it's all these people, both high frequency traders and people like you and me, are just buying that currency pair every time the Brexit vote went up.
Yeah.
So it's gonna go back. Like, it's probably gonna go back.
Well, why wouldn't it? I mean, trade is just, you know.
It's emotion, right? It's emotion. Like,
greed as well. You can make money on currency fluctuations.
It's not going to take a dive, is the point.
It did, but now it's just going back steady. It's just going up and up. People have made the money now, so it's over, you know. Britain's still the 5th biggest economy on the planet. It's not like we just are not anymore. We still are. And it's not like Germans don't want to sell us cars. Because they do. And we still want to buy cars.
Especially from Germans.
Yeah. Especially from Germans, because they make good cars.
I don't blame you.
But the thing is, the European Union sells more shit to us than we sell it to them. We're its biggest market.
Same thing here in the U.S. You know how many goddamn ships come here from China and leave our ports empty? It's fucking pathetic.
What? Why?
Because the embargoes, so much shit is being paid for, built in China. Huge cargo ships come over, unload,
laden with trinkets. Okay, and then
They unload in California and they leave here empty, completely empty.
That's called the trade deficit.
Yeah, no kidding. What's England up to?
Well, we've got a trade deficit with Europe. That's the point. They need us more than we need them.
Mm-hmm.
And the amount of money, and this is funny because we're one of the net contributors, so the EU's fucked already. Because we give more to them than we get back. And now we don't have to give them fuck all.
I want to get back to the issue of the Brexit that I guess was last summer's issue. Why did they try so hard to stop?
Stay in.
Yeah, well, why did the Greeks try so hard to stay in, and why did Europe try so hard to keep them in?
Because they're idiots. Because they felt that it would be a dominoes effect. Well, they didn't expect us to vote to fucking leave. That's even worse than Greece leaving.
This is the thing. Everybody tries to predict the future, what would happen, you know, what's the worst case scenario, and nobody's ever can predict the future. In fact, it always, if you look back, it always works out differently, totally differently to what you predict. Always, every time. So,
well, they didn't think that the Leave people were going to come out in force and vote to leave. The Europeans are like, they're only pulling our leg. They won't leave. They love us. Really?
I'm actually very proud that UK has voted to leave because
it's good for Europe. Now Europe knows they can get the fuck out of Dodge as well. I mean, the little countries like, you know.
Yeah, exactly, for sure. But I don't know. I just felt that the United Kingdom was kind of cheapened a bit by being part of the EU.
Well, we was because we joined 40 years ago to just join a single market. But steadily over 40 years, the laws from Parliament have gone to Brussels, and then Brussels tells us what to do. That doesn't make any sense. We elect politicians so we can sack them. We can't sack these idiots in Brussels. That's my point anyway. That's the only reason why I voted to leave.
So who's the who are the people that figured that was a good idea to join the EU?
Tony Blair. I think it was Tony Blair. He was the one who wanted us to join the fucking Euro as well.
It's so you've only been in the European Union since the era of Tony Blair.
No, 40 years. It was I think it was Harold Wilson who took us into the ERM. I think it was Harold Wilson.
Harold Wilson was Labour, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, I don't know. It was fucking someone. I think he was a conservative.
So hold on, Labour
Could have
took
been
you
a Labour guy,
into the EU, and now Labour wants to keep you. Wow,
well,
yeah, that makes
we're not in
sense.
it
That
anymore.
makes
I'm
sense.
just fucking voted to leave. I think it was a conservative. I'm not too sure, to be honest. I wasn't around at the time. It was in the 70s.
I thought Harold Wilson was like a communist or something. I don't know.
So at this point, let's have a full catch up.
No, I don't want to catch up. I've fucking been watching it all fucking night. I'm only waiting for the Prime Minister to come on to number 10 and suck his thumb.
Excuse me?
Suck his thumb.
Who?
The Prime Minister. He's going to make a speech, isn't
What, did they say when's he coming out?
he? Apparently he's coming out before the stock market opens.
He has to come out before the stock market opens.
Yeah.
Apparently. So
Yeah.
and what's the time there now?
7:39 in London.
Yeah, 7:30 now.
Say the stock market opens at 8, right?
9.
At 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock.
He'll probably come out about
8:30.
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically to calm the market, and then we're going to hear from probably Mark Carney, who's the head of the Bank of England, and probably I wouldn't be surprised if they recall Parliament or some shit. You know, I wouldn't be surprised.
You think the EU will go into
Because this is a big deal. This is like a really big deal.
It is a big deal. Do you think the EU will go into an emergency session?
They already have. The Irish went into an emergency session as well.
For some reason.
Well, it was weird to me because
But they
there
just
was
lost all
like
that money, haven't they?
there was like no middle ground on it. Everybody I talked to either said the people they were behind thought one way or the other. There was like no, like I don't know really. Maybe it's like, and there's people that I would not have thought were leave or stay or whatever. But that just.
Well, it's split the country down the middle. We can all see that just from the polls. Divisive shit.
Well, it's quite a big difference. It's like 4-point difference.
Yeah. Well, and 72% of the population voted as well, man. That's a lot of people.
Oh, hold on a second. 52 to 48. That's a 3-point difference.
It's still wide enough for... I mean, at the end of the day, whoever was going to win, the government had to do something about it. And the Leave camp won, so basically we're not in Europe anymore now. Well, we are, but not for long.
Do you think you guys think Scotland is gonna try to break away again?
Probably.
Because that's what I've been hearing. And Northern Ireland, I mean, that border must
Northern
be
Ireland,
tough
no,
for some people.
Northern Ireland's not going to break away. That's bullshit. That's territory. That ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, I heard a Scottish politician this morning say that she was actually very pissed off. She says that the England kind of bribed us to stay in the UK because we're going to stay in the EU, and now they voted to leave the EU, so we're pretty pissed off.
They already knew, the fucking angry Scottish people. They already fucking knew we were fucking like, when the Conservatives were in power, they said we're going to have a referendum, and that was when the Scots were voting.
London Stock Exchange opens at 8 a.m.
Does it?
Yeah.
Wow.
So 20 minutes or so.
He probably will be out pretty soon then. Maybe
Come on,
10
where's Dave? David, hey.
Come on,
David.
Davey boy.
Come on, get out there.
Yeah, get your thumb out your ass. Come on, boy. Get out.
Come on, Davey.
Well, hold on. Wouldn't it make more sense if Northern Ireland was a part of Ireland, because then they wouldn't
No,
have
it
a
wouldn't make any sense
border
at
and...
all. No, you got to
I
understand
think
the
Northern
nature.
Ireland and Ireland. I think Northern Ireland, the Republic of Ireland should include Northern Ireland, is what I think.
No, well,
Yeah,
just try telling that to the people who live there, mate. That ain't
No,
gonna
it's
happen.
got nothing to do with the people who live there. It's what
Oh,
I think.
it's got everything to do with people who live
It
there.
was already pointed out, Jackie, in the last hangout we were in, that Northern Ireland is full of British nationalists.
Yeah,
like they want to stay in
never,
the UK.
that is not going. That's not going anywhere anytime soon. Like seriously. Good.
And you
That's
can,
why
you
we
can
had.
see on
That's
the
why we had
map,
the
like they
IRA.
were, Northern Ireland was kind of split. Wales was more weighted towards leave, and Scotland was like mostly remain.
Wales is a
I feel bad for
Wales.
Scotland right now.
Well, we took over Wales way before we had a Barney with Scotland anyway. So Wales is more like England really than anything else. You can tell that by just the votes. Like without Wales, if Wales would have probably voted to remain, we would have lost probably. But Wales decided to say fuck off as well. So
Wales was conquered by Britain way
long time ago.
before Scotland was conquered by anybody.
Yeah,
by the
Wales
British.
is a principality basically.
Yeah.
That's why they got a Prince of Wales kind of thing. But if Scotland leaves, so there's only like 3 people who live there. No one's asked.
Damn. Ruthless.
Well, you know what? It'd be good for trade anyway, because all the shit that goes through England has to go. All this stuff that goes to Scotland has to come through England. So we just, make a bit of cash.
When David Cameron does go on, I want to broadcast his speech. So can we all sort of listen to it?
Yeah, sure, man.
All right.
Well, I could literally do it on the TV if you wanted to. I can do it myself.
Yeah, well, we could try and see which one gets the better audio.
I would like to watch that too.
I've got a capture card already and set up, fella.
Are you allowed to broadcast? I don't want to break any terms.
No, you are. I did the whole BBC debate thing. It's the BBC. You won't get it.
So I can broadcast the BBC because I'm watching BBC what they're streaming live on the internet right now.
YouTube's going to give you a strike.
Well, no. The only way they're going to give you a strike is if someone actually goes and reports it. That's the only way they're going to see it.
Yeah, they won't do nothing for it. Let me just check if this works. Hold on. Is it working?
Let me show you what I'm watching.
You watching BBC World?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's fine. Yeah, that's BBC. Are you allowed to watch that anyway? You got a DNS?
No,
thing?
the BBC has chosen to broadcast.
Oh, okay then.
On the internet.
Well, that's fine then. Why isn't mine working?
So if you want to listen to this audio, I can put it on and we can listen a while unless we chat. What do you guys want to do?
Well, let's chat until he comes on then, and then we can listen to your
wait
audio.
until Cameron comes on. You can pipe the audio through.
All right.
I'm going to have to go and sleep, guys.
All right. Thanks for coming, man.
All right. Peace out, dude. Have a good one.
Check y'all next time.
All right.
So what I'll do is I'll just leave it there so that we can at least see, what's
going on and stuff.
What's going on there? Yeah.
Oh, that's shit. It won't even let me use me capture card. That's shite.
There you go. So whatever the BBC's giving everybody, there we go.
Yeah, I'm watching that right now myself.
Yeah.
Why does it say unavailable? Hold on, be right back. I'm just going to take a piss and get some juice.
Unavailable is because they're still counting. Well, if he's going to get some juice, let's listen in a bit, shall we?
About the alarm and despondency that it's caused among our allies and all that. What's your role now? What are you going to do now that Britain is leaving the EU?
Well, look, the
first thing the government's got to do is immediately seeking to stabilise the situation in the markets, and then moving to begin a process of negotiating the very best possible terms we can get for Britain to leave the European Union, leaving in place as much as we possibly can of our trading relationships and our economic relationships, including the very important role that the City of London plays in Europe's financial economy. And that will be the big challenge of the coming months, I think.
One of the arguments that was raised by the Prime Minister, he was somewhat criticised for it, was that our security depended upon being in the EU. You remember him talking about the white gravestones of the First and Second World Wars. He didn't say there'd be a Third World War, but he said it would be a more dangerous world with Britain outside the EU. You're the Foreign Secretary. Do you think it's now a more dangerous world?
Look, I don't want to overstate the case, but I do think that Britain has been a very positive influence inside the European Union on the security agenda. I think, for example, that in responding to Russia's aggression in Ukraine through European Union sanctions and keeping the European Union united behind those sanctions with a clear and robust position against what Mr. Putin is doing, has been largely due to Britain's influence. And I do worry that with Britain now having a hugely diminished voice in this debate, we will see that resolve among our European partners has been largely
Is
due.
NATO not sufficient protection against Russia and Putin?
Look, NATO is our main bulwark against any attack on us, of course, and NATO will remain our principal defence mechanism, and that protects us against any attack. What we were doing with economic sanctions was dealing with a situation where we were not directly threatened. Look, nobody.
Oh, I just wanted to say that, did you see that David Cameron will be talking sometime after 8 a.m.? Did you see that? I guess that's...
Yeah, 8 a.m. is in 10 minutes. So.
10 minutes, right. All right. Back to what this guy's saying.
To abandon their nuclear weapons program, and it's piling the pressure on Mr. Putin. But I suspect this morning he will be feeling a little bit less pressure, and he'll be feeling a little bit more upbeat about his prospects of eventually getting these European Union sanctions watered down.
But given how strongly you feel about it, can you not devise a way of remaining part of that?
Well, that's what we've now got to do, isn't it? Talk to our former partners in the European Union about a way forward in the future. Clearly, that's got to focus mainly on the trading relationship, because that is the thing that is most important to Britain's future prosperity and well-being, but also looking at ways in which we can continue to collaborate with European Union partners, many of whom are NATO members, so we do have a platform here on other issues in the future. But let's look at the EU sanctions on Russia question as a sort of bellwether. We've pretty much agreed that they will be rolled over in June, but the question is maintaining the robustness of the sanctions regime going forward after June, and Britain's voice in that debate has been a very, very important one over the last 18 months.
Well, we'll probably still be members of the EU in June, because it can't be unscrambled that quickly.
Yeah, I mean, we are rolling the sanctions over now.
Yes.
We will remain members of the European Union probably for at least the next 2 years. But look, nobody can imagine that our voice in the European Union will carry weight as of today. We will not be in effect, a party to those decisions which the European Union is making. Our relationship with the European Union, as of 6 o'clock this morning, changed fundamentally. It is now one of a semi-outsider negotiating future arrangements. We simply can't expect to have a voice that carries the full weight of the second largest member state, as we had last week.
Were you surprised by the result?
I was surprised by the result, but you know, I won't be the first politician in history that's misread what's going on an election day or a referendum day. We've always been clear that we would accept the decision of the British people and we would deliver the instructions that they gave the government. And our job now is to calm the situation, stabilize the markets, reunite the country, and then let's move forward to deliver the very best outcome we possibly can. Honestly, I believe that outcome, economically in particular, will not be as good as it would have been if we'd remained in the European Union, but our job collectively is to make sure it is as good as it possibly can be in the circumstances, that we get the very best deal we possibly can with the European Union for Britain going forward.
Philip Hammond, thank you very much for joining us. Jeremy. Look, David, at comparisons with 1975, the first referendum on being a member of the European Union. So we're in our virtual Queen Elizabeth Tower at Westminster. You can see the clock, I think, showing the right time from the inside. Let me just show you the 75 result here in England. So you can see the level of Euroscepticism, the Leave vote, just above 30% in 1975. And this is very dramatic now. Have a look at what happens when I bring in the 2016 result. So it goes above 50%, a majority.
Oh my God, look at that.
Against being part of the EU. A bigger majority than across the whole of...
What was that?
I was like, oh my God, look at that. Things change over time.
And Wales in 1975, Eurosceptic vote about 35%. Let's see what happened last night. And it goes up again into a majority position, about 53%. So Wales and England, both quite a bit more doubtful about the EU than they were 40 years ago. But a different story in Northern Ireland. So let's bring this one round here and have a look at Northern Ireland. 1975, more Eurosceptic than either Wales or England, as it happens, nearly 50%. But now, let's see, less so. So becoming a bit more accustomed to the EU, just as we're pulling out. And Scotland, you know what's coming here, 1975 result, our final clock face, we go back in time, 41% wanting out of the EU in 1975, and in the last 24 hours, how many decided the same? Down to about 37%. So it's a divided nation, this. Scotland wants to stay in, England is effectively, along with Wales, pulling Scotland out. It's a very interesting situation where Northern Ireland and Scotland have become less Eurosceptic in the last 40 years, and David, England and Wales more so. Jeremy,
yeah, but I hate the way they say that, though. Do you know why I hate the way they say that? Because the people who live in them countries, there's like no people there. That's, oh, we're dragging you out. Fuck off, there's like 3 people who live there. Idiots.
What do you mean there's 3 people who live there?
And there's not many people who live there. It's like Scotland has got like 4 people who live there. And they're going to tell the rest of the populace, right? Isn't that democracy where the majority rules? Last time I checked. Like, that's why you go to the polls.
Listen, we're waiting for David Cameron. Shut up.
You better fucking hurry up. I want to see him suck his thumb and twat.
I'm just kidding you, but yeah. Listen, they've got to fill in time until David Cameron comes on. So if they talk shit, it's nothing more than we do anyway. Or nothing less than we do anyway.
Go on then, put it on. She's a leaver.
Okay.
And I think that has really hurt a lot of people right across the country who felt that they haven't been listened to, as I said before. And so I don't think, you know, I think where the Labour Party has failed over many years is to see that that is something that really matters to people, and that it's not being anti-immigration to be able to talk rationally about how do you control numbers of people coming into the country. Because no matter how many resources go into things that Jeremy's talked about, we need to know, and we need to also, I believe, get rid of the discrimination against people from outside the EU, which is very, very apparent in all those countries, ex-Commonwealth countries, parts of Africa, Asia, where it's so difficult for someone to come in, and yet you can walk in unchallenged from any of those 28
But
six other countries.
how could Labour have talked about this without simply saying it wanted to leave the EU? Because it's axiomatic, it's a rule of the EU that people, like the Poles, a million of whom live in this country and work away, that they can do that. So the only way they could ever have done that is by saying we want to leave the EU.
And of course, that's what the Labour Party was, a EU skeptic party. That changed because there was this terrible worry about what was going to happen under Mrs. Thatcher in terms of rights at work and so on. But, you know, everything that we've got in terms of our rights at work and maternity benefits and all of those things are enshrined in British law. And, you know, the scaremongering that went on about how we would lose those if we were to leave, you know, people will be waking up this morning and some people will actually think they've suddenly got no benefits anymore, of maternity rights, so on. And I think that the sort of Project Fear was actually completely ignored by huge numbers of people, particularly out of London. Once you got out of London, and I was around a lot out of London, it was just so different. And people at the leadership of all the parties did not seem to be listening to that it was a very different scene outside London. And I did some rallies last week up in the northeast, and it was so obvious that people were not going to follow the leader of the party's view, even though I genuinely believe that the leader of my party I don't think he's desperately unhappy today.
Why could you only persuade 10 of your fellow MPs?
I think it was 15 in the end.
Oh, was it?
Yes, 15.
Close.
Well, no, I've always said we were a minority in Parliament.
Why?
But I represent, Frank Field represents Gisela Stewart, who's done a magnificent job, John Mann, all these people, Kevin Hopkins, we represent now 45% of Labour voters in the country. And the party was very, very silly not to allow a much more free view on this, and the idea that somehow they were just going to, you know, say you must vote Labour, because you vote Labour in the past, you must vote for the EU. It just was never going to work. And so I don't feel any.
So you say nearly half Labour voters were with you in voting
Labour
to leave.
supporters. I think we'll find that all the polls we did and said even a month ago that we have 35 to 45% of Labour supporters. And also people, the thing that most concerns me is the people we've lost over the last few years. We're going to find that very difficult to get those people back now because they've been ignored again by the Labour leadership.
We just have a quote come in from the President of the European Council, Donald Tusk. This is not a moment for hysterical reactions. On behalf of the 27 leaders today, I can say we're determined to keep our unity as 27. In other words, don't all start thinking you can leave just because Britain's leaving.
I think we will see, we've been in touch with some of the campaigns in other countries who've been over. I think we'll see a lot of referendums now coming in other EU countries, yes. I think probably Holland first.
Holland.
And
on the same line, should we stay or leave?
I think it will be that, yes, in one or two of the other, unless the EU and the unelected commissioners see this as a real catalyst to actually start to change the way they work, and I don't think reform is possible. That was my only difference with Jeremy Corbyn, because he believes it's a neoliberal organisation that's dysfunctional, but he thinks it could still be reformed. I don't.
At that point, we'll have the news again, and the weather, of course, all important after yesterday's ghastly rainstorms all over Britain. Here's Louise Minchin.
Thank you, David. Good morning. Britain is to leave the European Union. The official result of the referendum was announced in the past hour. North Eastern England and the Midlands voted strongly to leave, but the Remain campaign won a majority in Scotland and Northern Ireland. Our political correspondent Eleanor Garnier reports on a dramatic night.
Well, at 20 minutes to 5, we can now say the decision taken in 1975 by this country to join the common market has been reversed by this referendum to leave the EU. We are absolutely clear now that there is no way that the Remain side can win.
Watch and listen carefully. This is history in the making.
The British people have spoken, and the answer is we're out.
And in the last hour, the official result.
The total number of votes cast in favour of leave was 17,410,742.
A final tally of 52 to 48%. UKIP celebrated overnight. By daylight, things were sinking in.
Good morning, everybody.
The sun has risen on an independent United Kingdom. And just look at it, even the weather's improved.
As Leave campaigners celebrated, on the other side, the blame game started.
I absolutely accuse Jeremy Corbyn and the Labour leadership of utter spinelessness in not getting involved in this campaign for Britain's very soul and very future.
The Labour leader said he accepted the British people's decision, adding that there was a clear message from the result.
Many communities are fed up with cuts they've had, fed up with economic dislocation, and feel very angry at the way they've been betrayed and marginalised by successive governments in very poor areas of the country.
And with the pound plunging, Remain campaigners warned of turmoil ahead.
This moment, this is a seismic moment for our country that goes far beyond all the personalities. There's going to be a lot of chat what happens to David Cameron. This is a big thing for our country. And what this has exposed is a lot of division, and there's a lot of talk as if this is an overwhelming win. It isn't. There's 48% of people on the current projection who did not vote for this.
But this prominent Leave campaigner called for cross-party cooperation.
We have a responsibility, and that responsibility is to act in the best long-term interests of this country.
Voters will now reflect on their verdict, the instruction they've given to Westminster. But the magnitude of this moment may only become clear in the weeks and months ahead. Ellen Naganya, BBC News.
The result has affected the financial markets, with the pound falling to its lowest point since 1985. When the polls closed, it soared, but as the Leave result became clear, it began to plummet. The Bank of England says it is monitoring developments closely. Scotland's First Minister Nicola Sturgeon has suggested that the Leave vote will reignite demands for an independence referendum there after all 32 Scottish local authorities returned majorities for Remain. Ms Sturgeon said the EU vote made clear that the people of Scotland see their future as part of the European Union. We'll go back to the results programme in just a moment. First, though, let's catch up with the morning's weather. Carol has all the details. Morning again.
Good morning, Lou. Good morning to you. Well, today the pollen levels are...
Rain, 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 and more rain because we're England.
Blah, blah, blah. Who gives a shit about the weather? But let's see. Who's the weather check?
Yeah, I don't live there, so I don't care.
We could use some of that fucking rain, though, in California.
I like the maps and the...
What the fuck? That cold in the summer?
That's centigrade.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Sorry.
Oh, you're American. You can tell right away.
That's totally Celsius. Yeah, it's in London right now. What is it in London right now? It's 59 degrees Fahrenheit in London. And it's like dawn.
Look at the map to see, because I don't know where anything is. Stornoway. What the hell's that?
It's all a Scottish island.
So why would they care about putting the temperature there? 11. And so, well, rain and cloud and shitty weather. Oh, that's tomorrow. Well, that's Saturday. Oh, this is, okay, sorry. This is projection. La-di-da.
Okay, turn on the volume again.
You want to watch some more of this? Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
500,000 Londoners voting to leave and 2.26 million voting to stay in the EU. Well, we spoke to our political editor Tim Donovan earlier, who explained what London's vote means for the national picture. The capital is waking up and finding itself irrelevant to the national story, in the sense that it has voted, as predicted, pretty comfortably for a Remain against the grain of the rest of the country. Some boroughs, inner London, voted very strongly in favour of Remain. 5 voted to leave. There will be all kinds of questions now about whether London needs to have more control of its finances and more powers. Our political editor Tim Donovan reporting that from the Guildhall. Now, after yesterday's flooding and disruption, let's take a look at the all-important travel. On the Tube, Jubilee line is half suspended between West Ham and Stratford. Minor delays on the Metropolitan line.
Tube news.
Currently suspended as well. That's between Brockley.
Do you think it's mindfulness sometimes? You know, can you defeat yourself? Are you willing to? Perhaps you think they're real.
What we listen to?
The fuck is that? Is that Sizar?
What is that noise?
I'm trying to figure it out. Is it me? Let me just mute myself.
No.
Goes away.
I don't hear it anymore. No, I still hear it. It's Sizar.
Okay. Okay, let's see what's going on.
Conservative Party and all these discussions that would be taking place. Graham Brady, who's the chairman of the powerful 1922 committee, he was in favour of Brexit, and he's got Brexit. Mr. Brady, first question, have you, as some people say, got 50 letters in your pocket or in your office, ready signed, wanting a leadership contest right away?
No, I can knock that on the head straight away. The procedures are very simple. They're set out in the constitution of the Conservative Party, and if that were to be the case, then I would have had to have communicated that to the Prime Minister already, and we would have begun a process for a confidence vote. So I can very clearly say, no, I haven't got 50 letters, and furthermore, my own personal view is that it's very important that David Cameron remains in post, remains in office, and continues to steer the course now that we have this very clear result from the people.
For how long?
Well, that's a matter for him. It's a matter
hang
for...
on. It's not a matter for him. It's a matter for you, because you are the party, and you can decide, as you've just said.
It's a matter for both. But I think the really important thing at the moment is that we have got a clear steer from the British public. They would like to restore the position where we can make our own laws, we can set our own taxes, we can control our own borders. We know what we have to do, but it is a difficult, complicated thing to achieve. It will take a period of time, and I think it's very important that we have continuity, we have stability, and I think that David Cameron remaining in office is really crucial. We need to settle the markets over the coming days, and we need to move forward to a credible plan for implementing the will of the people.
How easy will it be for him to, put it this way, eat humble pie, accept that he's lost, and then suddenly turn around and adopt the opinions of the other side?
Well, I think we have to remember that David Cameron delivered the referendum. It is implicit in holding a referendum of this sort that you have to accept the will of the people at the end of it. He made it clear before the referendum result was known that he would continue in office, whatever the outcome. So I think it is obviously his intention. I think it's obviously the right thing for the country because we need that period of stability and continuity.
It's quite different there. I mean, the 75 referendum, which I had the great good fortune to cover, Harold Wilson didn't do that. Harold Wilson did sign the thing saying we'd like you to join the common market, but then he stood back and let his cabinet ministers fight it out. David Cameron has been right there in the front. He's been on the front foot. He gave a special press conference on the roof. He's been campaigning all the way through. So it's not quite the same as saying I accept the verdict of the British people. It's more like fighting a general election and losing, isn't it?
Well, I think it would have been better had the Prime Minister remained above the fray through the campaign. He chose not to, but it was very clear throughout that whatever the outcome, he would remain Prime Minister. I think that what we've seen, of course, in this result at 52-48 is clear enough as it is. But I think there's something more important if you contrast this to the 1975 referendum, which is that the clear, overwhelming inclination of the British people was to be free from the political union of the EU. And I think it was really a matter for the vast majority of the public. Either they were enthusiastic Brexiters or they were reluctant Remainers.
Okay.
So both the people and I have to say the Conservative Party will be much more at ease with this result than we would have been with the other.
Graham Brady, thanks very much. Let's just go quickly down to Schroders and join Simon Jack, who has news about the start of trading. Simon, yes, you can wave to us and we can hear and see you. What's the news?
Jolly David, thanks. Yes, well, you can talk about the conjecture of the future. What's happening here and now is the FTSE 100. The stock market opened a few moments ago. It's down 500 points already. That's 8.5%. Hardly surprising after the record fall in sterling we saw overnight. Some of the big hitters, the ones getting really hit there are house builders and banks. Barclays is down 35% this morning in early trading. Some of the house builders down 40%. There are fears that this could hit the property market. Both the banks and the house builders could get hit. So some really, really severe poundings being taken by some of the shares. Down 500 points. It has found a level. Sterling has gone up a little bit since it fell 10% overnight. But some really big moves here. Financial shockwaves being felt right throughout the city.
Is it the kind of thing which will bounce back during the day or a couple of days' time, in your experience, Simon?
Well, I think with the banks, what will happen is that the Bank of England will come out and say, look, we stand ready to do this. We knew there might be some shockwaves if we got this result. So we're there to stand by them and make sure this doesn't turn into anything nastier. So I think the banks may bounce back. As for house builders, this will be a real knock to confidence. Whenever you think about the property market perhaps being affected, the banks and the house builders get hit first. So yes, I mean, there's what they call a dead cat bounce. I think when you see losses of this magnitude, they do tend to bounce back in time. But I think that losses of that magnitude really do illustrate just how powerful the shockwaves are being felt here in the city. There was this nagging feeling going into the referendum. Who's got this right? Have the city got it right, or have the polls got it right? Because the city was rather complacently, a pound was worth $1.50. It was riding high until midnight last night, and then it turned out the polls were right and the city was wrong. There was an almighty reckoning on sterling overnight when it fell twice as much as it did on Black Wednesday back in 1992. That is having its reverberations in markets in Asia. We saw them fall 8.5%. The FTSE 100 as a whole, which has lots of international companies, is down 8.5%. You go below that to the FTSE 250, which are UK-focused companies, that's down 12.5%. And the ones in the firing line for economic shocks, the banks, are down in some cases by 35%.
Simon, thank you very much indeed. Dead cat bounce, peculiarly horrible analogy at this time in the morning, but anyway. We join Laura Kunzberg, who's again outside number 10, and we're waiting for the Prime Minister to come. There's the stand just being put in place, meaning he's about to come out. Laura.
That's right, David. The podium has just been put out, and I have to say this is not confirmed by any stretch, but there's a rumour going round this street that actually, when David Cameron comes out, he may be going to resign as Prime Minister after 6 years in office. Now, I must stress that is not by any stretch a confirmation at all, but just in the last few minutes, up and down the press pack here in this street, that suggestion is now being made. Now, of course, David Cameron, I understand his first priority will be urge stability in the wake of this tumultuous result. The result, of course, that means a very significant defeat for him, a very significant drain on his authority. Senior Tories have said privately and publicly that actually they do not believe that he has to go, but it sounds as if he has made that personal calculation that actually it might be the right thing for him to do that. But I must stress that is not confirmed by any stretch. But the suggestion, as these things often happen, the rumour swirls up and down Downing Street on a morning such as this, of huge political import, that David Cameron may be about to announce that he is leaving office. But again, David, I hate to sound as if I'm adding all sorts of caveats, but we can't be clear about that.
Fair enough. We'll hear from the horse's mouth, so to speak, in a moment. Anna Soubry's with us, the business minister. What do you think he's going to do? Do you think he should go? Do you think there should be?
I don't want him to go. I think he's. I mean, I voted for Ken, so I'm a late comer to the Cameroon camp.
Ken Clark.
Yeah, in the election when we chose our leader.
Yeah.
And I think he's been an outstanding leader, Cameron. And I think he's been a great Prime Minister.
But this must be a devastating blow to him, isn't it, personally?
It's a devastating blow to our country. And I think there's a lot of people waking up this morning. And I include friends, because most of my friends are actually not politicians. I lead a fairly normal life. And I've spent a lot of time in the last few weeks on the streets. I know I'm an East Midlands girl through and through. I've seen stuff, I've heard stuff I've not heard since I was a student in Dalston back in the late 70s.
What kind of stuff?
People thinking that it's acceptable not only to shout traitor at me, but to stand and say, I'm voting out because I want these immigrants out. This is not a criticism of Kate Herriot, I make this clear, because I know Kate's a good woman and I know our views are exactly the same. But I think we have unleashed something, and I think I heard Chuka talking about the need now to repair, and he's right. I think that overlying tolerance of Britain has been removed from large sections, and if you look at the vote, I'm afraid it has to be said that there's been a large vote from white working class Labour areas. They're not going to listen to a liberal Tory like me, and they voted in the face of the fact that they've probably never even seen a migrant. But it's the fault of politicians, because you can't for decades say that the EU's pretty rubbish and the root of many of our concerns, and say that migrant workers need controlling, as opposed to saying how much they contribute, and then say to people, oh, actually, guys, in 4.5 months' time, not only ignore what we've been telling you, not me, I've always been hugely in favour of us staying in the EU, and then say to people, not only do you accept the opposite to what we've been telling you, but actually positively go out and vote for it. We can't be surprised at this. In many
Prime Minister's coming out now
with
his wife beside him there, so that suggests a personal statement.
In a giant democratic exercise, perhaps the biggest in our history. Over 33 million people from England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland and Gibraltar have all had their say. We should be proud of the fact that in these islands we trust the people with these big decisions. We not only have a parliamentary democracy, but on questions about the arrangements for how we're governed, there are times when it is right to ask the people themselves, and that is what we have done. The British people have voted to leave the European Union, and their will must be respected. I want to thank everyone who took part in the campaign on my side of the argument, including all those who put aside party differences to speak in what they believed was the national interest. And let me congratulate all those who took part in the Leave campaign for the spirited and passionate case that they made. The will of the British people is an instruction that must be delivered. It was not a decision that was taken lightly, not least because so many things were said by so many different organizations about the significance of this decision. So there can be no doubt about the result. Across the world, people have been watching the choice that Britain has made. I would reassure those markets and investors that Britain's economy is fundamentally strong. And I would also reassure Brits living in European countries and European citizens living here that there will be no immediate changes in your circumstances. There will be no initial change in the way our people can travel, in the way our goods can move, or the way our services can be sold. We must now prepare for a negotiation with the European Union. This will need to involve the full engagement of the Scottish, Welsh and Northern Ireland governments to ensure that the interests of all parts of our United Kingdom are protected and advanced. But above all, this will require strong, determined and committed leadership. I'm very proud and very honoured to have been Prime Minister of this country for 6 years. I believe we've made great steps, with more people in work than ever before in our history, with reforms to welfare and education, increasing people's life chances, building a bigger and stronger society, keeping our promises to the poorest people in the world, and enabling those who love each other to get married whatever their sexuality. But above all, restoring Britain's economic strength. And I'm grateful to everyone who's helped to make that happen. I've also always believed that we have to confront big decisions, not duck them. That is why we delivered the first coalition government in 70 years to bring our economy back from the brink. It's why we delivered a fair, legal, and decisive referendum in Scotland. And it's why I made the pledge to renegotiate Britain's position in the European Union and to hold a referendum on our membership, and have carried those things out. I fought this campaign in the only way I know how, which is to say directly and passionately what I think and feel, head, heart, and soul. I held nothing back. I was absolutely clear about my belief that Britain is stronger, safer, and better off inside the European Union. And I made clear the referendum was about this and this alone, not the future of any single politician, including myself. But the British people have made a very clear decision to take a different path. And as such, I think the country requires fresh leadership to take it in this direction. I will do everything I can as Prime Minister to steady the ship over the coming weeks and months. But I do not think it would be right for me to try to be the captain that steers our country to its next destination. This is not a decision I've taken lightly, but I do believe it's in the national interest to have a period of stability and then the new leadership required. There is no need for a precise timetable today, but in my view we should aim to have a new Prime Minister in place by the start of the Conservative Party conference in October. Delivering stability will be important, and I will continue in post as Prime Minister with my Cabinet for the next 3 months. The Cabinet will meet on Monday. The Governor of the Bank of England is making a statement about the steps that the Bank and the Treasury are taking to reassure financial markets. We will also continue taking forward the important legislation that we set before Parliament in the Queen's speech. And I've spoken to Her Majesty the Queen this morning to advise her of the steps that I'm taking. A negotiation with the European Union will need to begin under a new Prime Minister. And I think it's right that this new Prime Minister takes the decision about when to trigger Article 50 and start the formal and legal process of leaving the EU. I will attend the European Council next week to explain the decision the British people have taken and my own decision. The British people have made a choice. That not only needs to be respected, but those on the losing side of the argument, myself included, should help to make it work. Britain is a special country. We have so many great advantages. A parliamentary democracy where we resolve great issues about our future through peaceful debate. A great trading nation with our science and arts, our engineering and our creativity respected the world over. While we are not perfect, I do believe we can be a model of a multiracial, multi-faith democracy where people can come and make a contribution and rise to the very highest that their talent allows. Although leaving Europe was not the path I recommended, I am the first to praise our incredible strengths. Before that Britain can survive outside the European Union, indeed that we could find a way. Now the decision has been made to leave, we need to find the best way. And I will do everything I can to help. I love this country, and I feel honoured to have served it. And I will do everything I can in future to help this great country succeed. Thank you very much.
Wow. Okay, you know what? This is so fucking stupid. Just when he came out to give his speech, my dog was looking at me with her legs crossed. So I went outside, and she had a pee, and we came inside, and he was just finishing his speech.
Oh, that's shitty timing, man. I made, I can miss that.
Just for a while. So.
Britain was safer inside the EU, but it wasn't the future of the politicians that was at stake. And the country had decided what they had decided, and he would go along with it. So the Prime Minister has, in effect, stood down, but not for another 3 months until the Conservative Party conference. How those 3 months will be...
Oh, okay. All right. So got it.
Wow.
Isn't that something, huh?
Oh my god.
I'm sort of flabbergasted a little bit to like see something so weird happen, because normally people are like, oh, we'll stick with the status quo.
Well, Britain didn't stick with the status quo today.
Yeah, like I was so drunk today, and I was just listening to like the Brexit thing, and I was half passed out, and they're like, we're leaving. I'm like, what? I was like, Jesus.
Holy shit! The guy just resigned on national TV. What the fuck?
Well, in not so many words, he was being all politician-y about it.
I love
He
this.
was like really crying at the end. He's like,
I love this country.
I love the European Union and I love Britain, but
I quit. I got myself a foot.
Okay, so
that was so awesome.
So Stizor is the only one who's actually like in the UK right now. As
Yeah.
far as it's concerned.
Yeah.
And, okay, so is this a good thing? Is this a good thing or a bad thing for you? Just out of curiosity.
For me,
By the way,
personally,
hi, you cunt.
I'm fucking loving this. Like, we got rid of David Cameron. We left the European Union. I mean, fuck them. I hope Scotland has a referendum. We can get rid of them. This is just boss.
So you're loving this as it happens.
This is the best day ever. Like, literally.
It is Independence Day. It really is.
Yeah, it's Independence Day, man. It should be a bank holiday Monday or what day is it actually? A bank holiday what? It should be a bank holiday.
You cunt.
It's Friday, innit? Yeah, bank holiday Friday. Let's have a long weekend.
I'm gonna go get more wine. I'll be right back.
This is fucking
Oh my god, I just witnessed history.
Yeah, tell me, Jackie, can you tell me what you saw?
Huh?
What did you see?
The Prime Minister resigned.
He just resigned, man. Like, literally.
I missed it. I missed everything.
Well, like we're saying, it's 3 months, but like, holy fuck, the Prime Minister just resigned.
Oh my god.
That means we could have another election. Fucking hell.
In 3 months.
Yeah.
Does anyone know if the last time that's happened? Does anyone know the last time a UK Prime Minister has resigned?
Not like that. He just basically said, "Fuck off. We lost, so I quit."
I mean, good on him for being honest.
He's only been elected for a year. He's only just got fucking elected. He's only been in power for a year.
Was Margaret Thatcher the last one to resign?
No, he got re-elected.
Margaret Thatcher got kicked out.
She got kicked out.
He was the last Conservative Prime Minister to win with a majority since Margaret Thatcher.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That I weren't expecting that at all.
No.
I just wasn't.
I think people were saying like, "Oh, he might resign," but
this is. I wonder who the fuck's gonna take over now then.
The BBC reporter, she called it before. Yeah, she said there was a rumor going up and down.
Oh shit! I didn't know we were live. Whoops.
I thought you were fucking pulling my leg when I read that shit in Skype, Kevin.
No, we were watching it live. Like,
and I come in here and I saw the feed and I'm like, really? Get the fuck out.
Well, like, is it expected to get worse because they don't know what the fuck they're doing?
Oh no, this is a circus.
It's a full-blown fucking circus now.
It's full on. Who the fuck's gonna take over now? What the fuck is going on?
I mean, you just might as well start playing circus music and play
Is it like despicable of me to just be like, I'm entertained by this?
I love the chaos. I wanted this to happen.
Yeah, I did too.
Life's boring, man. Give me something to fucking think about.
Thank you. That's
I'm
all
so
I wanted.
I need some entertainment.
Stizor, you're a fucking nut, man.
No, I agree.
I mean, okay, I was hoping for Remain just because, like, from all the arguments that I was hearing, like, I thought that might be the best thing, and I'm actually kind of worried about, the economy and all that. But, oh my god, this is like popcorn material.
Yeah, what the fucking breakdown? Like,
all the people who were like, well, dude, we built the NHS after fucking World War II. Don't fucking worry about the fucking economy. No one gives a fuck. We're British. They can't scare us and go, oh, you'll all be broke. We've been there, done that, and signed a T-shirt when we fought the Nazis. Just saying.
There's lots of countries
I'm
that
scared
are
us when
doing
it
the
comes
same
to the
thing.
economy. Oh, well, you're all going to be poor. We did that already.
I think the history of Britain over the last 3,000 years has been the most
Epic place on the planet.
impactful and fucking busy out of every other place on the planet.
And we're only tiny.
And you're only a little island.
Yeah. Little fucking big, what's it, big stuff in little parcels.
I don't think people realize what Britain really is and what happened. You know, like there were just these little Celts kind of running around and Druids running around until
the Romans come and
until the Romans came, and it wasn't so much that the Romans came; it was that the Romans left. And as soon as they left,
I'm coming back. Don't worry.
the Norwegians and the Danish or whatever, they just came down and said, "Hello, we're taking everything."
Yeah, and then they started fucking everybody, and then we thought we could be like the Romans and stuff and barbarianism, and that's what happened next. We took over the planet. Basically.
Okay, can I say something? This should speak to like how this can't be some joke, because in any other situation they'd be like, they ruined it. There's vote fraud here. No. They actually let the shit pass, which is weird. Because normally.
Nope. Well, the thing is, man, this is a weird referendum because it was one vote, one person, one vote.
Yeah.
This went proportional representation or some of the stupid garbage. This was like everybody got to vote with one vote, and we left, and that's badass.
No, and to be honest, like I know it may make me sound despicable, but like I'm fucking entertained like you are right now. I'm like this is so cool.
It is. He's just resigned.
You know what I find entertaining is that the people who were on the Remain side.
Little cranny little whiny bitches.
Yeah, before
Alex
hold on a second.
throwing a
Excuse me.
hissy fit on G Plus right now.
Hold on a minute. The people who were on the Leave side, in the Labour and those guys. I mean, sorry, on the Remain side, they were saying, listen, even though it could come down to just one vote. So they were saying, like, don't think that we're leaving yet because they haven't finished counting, and even if we win by one vote, we're still remaining, right? The difference was like 1.2 million votes. Yeah, something like that.
We told them, fuck off.
Well, and they're acting like it's all going to happen tomorrow. It's not.
It's like 2 years away.
But the mindset is already 2 years ahead of what's actually going to happen tomorrow.
Yeah, but that's what everybody's like. Just, I mean, when I went to buy a PC case yesterday, I was talking to the taxi driver, and he was a Remainer, and like we were having a little discussion, and he was like, European money, and I was like, yeah, but that's all money that we give to them anyway. You just give it us back and then we spend it. You know what I mean? In European projects. It's just, Europe is a fucked up fucking bureaucratic, bloated, corrupt piece of shit. That's the fucking problem, and that's why we voted to leave. We've got nothing against Europeans per se. We like Europeans. We go there on holiday, for fuck's sake. But, in the sense of how it's run, nah, it's bullshit. They've never been audited since the day it was fucking created. A bit like the Federal Reserve.
Considerably, Europeans are the happiest people out of the entire world. Yeah. that has nothing to do with the European Union, most likely.
Well, it's because we got fed up of killing each other, actually.
Yo, what?
We got fed up of killing each other.
Oh, yeah. Straight up.
Most of the wars on the planet were just on our little space,
Yeah.
We used to kill each other for fun, man. Kings and queens always fucking trying to blow each other up and shagging each other and all that shit.
Real life Game of Thrones.
Real life Game of
Thrones. Seriously? You had an English king on the French throne. You had a fucking French fucking king on the English throne once upon a time. Fucking French Scottish queen, which is weird. But yeah.
That is true, yes.
Mary Queen of Scots, she was French.
Was it James who was King of Scotland and England?
Yeah. He came down because he was broke in Scotland. That's why he got the Royal Bank of Scotland. That's the only bank that's allowed to issue notes that are not actually legal tender in the United Kingdom.
I just want to see what Scotland does now.
I think they're going to have another vote about leaving the UK.
Yeah, well, Nicola Sturgeon, well, they've got the SNP. The SNP are like the nationalists, man, and they've won basically most of the seats. But the thing is, if they hold a referendum, they need to get it past Parliament first, and they haven't got a majority. Yeah. See, because last time they had a majority, so they could just take it through Parliament, but now they haven't got it in the Scottish Parliament, so they're going to have to form a coalition to get one. And
did I hear correctly that every Scottish voting constituency voted to stay?
Yeah, every single one of them.
Every one of them, eh?
You know, I heard Ireland did too.
Only 2 people that live there, though. So.
I heard Ireland did too.
Northern Ireland did. Not Ireland, it's Northern Ireland.
Just Northern Ireland?
Mm-hmm. Ireland
Northern Ireland's part of UK.
Yeah, they were kind of split. They were kind of split on it.
So,
Scotland was pretty dead set on Remain.
No, Northern Ireland voted to stay as well. Wales and England voted to leave.
Was it the Protestants or the Catholics?
Northern Ireland is
Northern Ireland is the
Protestant, yeah.
No, there's Catholics that live there as well. That's why they keep killing each other. Well, they don't do it as much now, but they used to.
Yeah, well, that's why they used to kill each other.
It's majority Protestant.
Yeah, it's majority Protestant.
Okay, so just out of pure curiosity, would this strengthen Scotland's resolve to leave or to leave the UK or stay in the UK at this point?
Well, that's what well, they'll want to leave, but it's whether they can get it through Parliament is the problem.
Okay.
Just because they say it doesn't mean it can happen.
Well, it's more to Scotland's benefit to stay in the EU, at least based on the people's perception.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
But they have to get it through Parliament, so that means they have to have another referendum, and that's not going to happen anytime soon because we only
How about England have a referendum to kick Scotland out of the United Kingdom?
What?
That's not going to happen.
If England have a referendum for
we would, yeah, I said that.
Do you want Scotland in or out of our United Kingdom? And they all say out, then done.
Hey,
kick them out.
Could the Italians reclaim Britain again?
We could try, but with
This has become a shit circus.
I just want to know who the new leader of the Conservative Party is going to be. We're going to have an election now. This is
so. Since Cameron resigns, does that mean there's going to be a nationwide election to replace him?
Probably, yeah.
I can't believe
can
it.
appoint. Well, what they can do is like.
Why
they can
wouldn't
appoint,
it be? Why wouldn't it just be he just becomes a sitter on the backbench and somebody else goes by?
No, look, he could be on the back benches or whatever. But the thing is, if they put someone in power, because what it is in the UK, you vote for the party and the party elects the prime minister kind of thing, right? We're not like we don't do a presidential election style thing. So they can appoint somebody, right, to take over him. We don't know who's going to be, but if the people don't like it, the opposition can call for the fucking election, basically. It's just it'll probably get that crazy. Because I've got no fucking idea who's going to take over now.
Cue the fucking circus music.
This is like the Twilight Zone, dude. It's fucking awesome. I love it. This is better than being drunk.
That's great.
Oh, that's fucking funny.
Well, at least we can sell shit to the rest of the world now. The pound's worth fuck all. Gotta buy our stuff. It's cheap as shit. Yeah, I'll buy some.
They were talking about the exports earlier. Yeah.
I saw someone say something a while ago.
All of a sudden,
I saw a post earlier where it said someone threw a pound at someone, and by the time it got there, it was a shilling.
That's funny.
No, we just literally lost like 20 cents on the fucking dollar.
Oh God!
And that's actually good for manufacturing. Like all the manufacturers are like, yippee! All the people who buy stuff are like,
Oh
oh my
boy,
god.
the U.S. is definitely like yippee because the U.S. dollar just gained value against the.
Oh yeah, all. You know. There's a guy. Remember that guy, Andy Jack?
Thank
He just
you.
went to
Thank
a
you. Thank you
holiday.
very
Andy
much.
Jack off.
Andy Jack went on a holiday last week. And he just got back, and he went obviously when the exchange rate was very favorable to him.
Yeah.
He's now laughing at anybody now who's thinking of going on holiday.
I'm gonna go to England and buy a house.
Holy balls!
I'm gonna go fucking buy a house.
It's a good time to buy a house in England. I don't know.
If you look at the graph, it's basically a straight down line.
Yeah,
It was very close.
That's okay. All that Chinese money coming into England is going to be awesome.
Look at that 90-degree line going straight down.
Well,
Jesus.
here's the currency pair chart. Euro against the GBP.
This is so nutty.
Oh, this shit's live. I didn't realize that.
This is all happening right now. Yeah, exactly.
No, I mean the Hangout's live.
Yeah,
The hangout's happening as it happens. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know it was live. Oh.
Someone just put a Twitter on saying he fucks shit up and then leaves. It's like, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to fuck up the planet. I'm sorry, I fucked up the planet, crashed the stock market, made fucking Britain penniless. Great. I'm out of here.
Bye-bye.
Blame that guy over there.
What else is he gonna do? Come on, what else is he gonna do?
He's gonna break up the fucking union next.
I'm going to do some vacay in the UK right soon.
He will go down in history as the guy who took us out of Europe. Thanks, Dave.
Do you think the party itself had something to do with him announcing his resignation?
No, I just think I think because when Alex Salmond had a referendum on Scotland and he lost, he resigned straight away. So it's kind of like a principled move to just go, yeah, well, the British people said you're a dickhead.
I put my reputation on the line and I failed, so I really can't be the leader that you want.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, that's basically it, and I mean, at least he's got the balls to do that. But
Going out with some dignity, right?
Yeah, y'all got some fucked up politics over there, man. I thought our show was fucked up, but
you want to watch the fucking Houses of Parliament? That's just like a zoo.
I do sometimes.
No,
Is it as bad as watching C-SPAN in the U.S.?
Apparently it is too.
C-SPAN's fucking mild compared to our politics.
Yeah, C-SPAN's boring, but
C-SPAN is fucking boring. Watching the fucking
watching
MPs.
Parliament is awesome.
Oh, I agree. It's boring
Canadian
most of the time. Sometimes it's very chuckle-worthy, though.
The Prime Minister gets grilled every fucking week. Imagine the.
Yeah, but they have fun with each other. Joke. I love it. Who's got something in the background going?
It's not me.
I got a TV going. Maybe it's me.
Yeah, shut it down, please.
I turned it down a little bit. Is that better?
No, shut it down.
Is that better?
No, you have to switch it off.
No, it's muted. Only other thing I have going is the air conditioner.
That's okay, I think. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, you ain't hearing my TV no more because I can't hear it.
Good. No, well, you can either watch your TV, I don't mind, but mute yourself.
No, that's fine. Nothing really on.
Because, whatever's on TV is not as exciting as what's happening in real life right now.
Oh, no, that's fucking funny shit.
I mean, England or the United Kingdom is pretty much just waking up right now, right?
Yeah.
And here in North America, we've been watching the whole thing unfold sort of in prime time.
Yeah,
it's almost 1 here in London. It is 8:47 a.m.
The British are waking up to find that they've left the EU and their Prime Minister resigned.
And their currency is burning.
Morning, Mark.
Hey, Mark.
Congratulations.
Good morning. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we did it, Mark. We did it, man. Woo!
Well, Liverpool voted to stay, didn't they?
Yeah, but I voted to leave, so you know I did my.
No, I'm joking.
That's the first thing I said to him as well.
I'm on the winning team. I don't give a fuck.
I tell you what, what is concerning is the amount of bitterness that's coming out. I mean,
there's so much butthurt right now. It's hilarious.
Oh, it's hilarious. Have you seen it?
I have to say,
all the little whiny bastards. They're like,
well, I have to say, I saw
London versus the rest.
I saw Alex Botton's post saying, "Tomorrow I shall be bathing in the."
Oh, where's Mark Carney? Wait, Mark Carney.
Hold on, let him finish. What did Alex Botton's post say?
Alex Botton posted yesterday. In the morning, I'm looking forward to bathing in the tears of the vote leave people. And then today he's called anyone that voted as part of the democracy as bullies and
fuckwits and morons here, right here.
I mean, this is democracy. Is he now saying he's against democracy?
Hold on a second. I didn't follow what Alex Botton was. He wanted to remain?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He definitely
He's now said that he's no longer British. He's now Britain is dead to him. He now classes himself as a Scot and a European because his.
So I read one post of his
family
where he said he's trying to like get his papers transferred to Ireland or something like that.
Oh yeah, he also said it's because his grandmother's Irish. He's now going to go for a dual Irish citizenship. That won't work.
I hope it's Irish Republic.
I'm quite happy to start a GoFundMe if it means Alex.
I mean, obviously, I don't have a dog in this fight, but when I read that, I just laughed. I was like, really? You're going to go to Ireland? Like, you don't even know what's going to happen yet, you fucking
Yeah, he's just called 52% of the British people that voted morons and bullies. I mean, that's ridiculous. It was democracy. Every vote did actually count for us this time. It wasn't first past the post.
It was 1.2 million difference. It was a huge difference.
1.2 million people voted. I mean, we've got to accept as a country the decision and move forward together. And if people like people like Alex are part of the problem, to be honest. There you go.
Wow, you think they are part of the problem anymore?
Well, he bleats. I mean, how long have we known Alex go on about democracy and the right thing, and he's in favour of democracy, and then when democracy is used in action, the vote goes against how he wanted it to go, and then he just pisses his pants, throws all his toys out the pram, and then starts insulting anybody that voted against the way he wanted it to go.
Well, that's an adult tantrum.
Yeah, and then to say something like,
funny,
I'm going to be bathing in the tears of the vote leave in the morning, how's that going for you, Alex?
Well, Alex, if you're listening,
I think he's bathing in his own tears. Right
Alex,
now.
If you're listening, come in.
So he's basically putting his fingers in his ears and going, la 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 la.
Yeah, and now he wants to be Irish. Now he's not British any longer. He doesn't regard himself as British. He's now.
Where was he born?
I don't know.
He was born in Britain, as far as I know.
I know, but was he born in Wales, Scotland, England, what?
Well, he's got Scottish ancestry, I think, but he's got a British passport. He is British, but he's now going to try and say that he's Scottish. Well, he's still British if he's Scottish because they're part of Britain. They're not an independent nation.
You can't tell the difference on a passport between Britain and Scotland, between a British and a Scot.
No, it just says British passport.
He's just a drama whore. That's all.
He is a drama whore. We all know that.
Oh, Jesus.
I mean, I was in favor of Remain, but I'm not going to cry over it or anything. We just have to wait and see what happens.
Yeah.
Yes, I commented on your Facebook post, Jackie, because you said Britain's screwed. Well, we're not screwed.
Yeah, I was kind of on the Remain side, but it don't affect me directly, so.
Oh, I was so get the fuck out of there.
The market dropped. I mean, the pound dropped to its lowest level against the dollar since 1985, but things will pick up. I mean, it just means that we're free to govern ourselves far more.
And it's not going to happen overnight, so everybody just needs to fucking calm down.
It'll take 2 or 3 years, although our Prime Minister's just resigned, but then...
We were watching the feed earlier, everyone was like, what?
But he'll stay in power, he'll stay in office until the new leaders. It's not as if like we're suddenly leaderless or anything.
Right.
These people are panicking saying, oh no, the Prime Minister's left. And
you've been leaderless ever since he got into power.
He can't just flip the scene. Like, that's not going to work.
I will say within the last couple hours.
Do you want to hear something interesting? The Bank of England just said, yeah, you think you're funny? We've just put $1 trillion on our backstop. LOL! We're super rich. He's literally just said it. He was like, yeah, we've got $1 trillion. What are you going to do about it?
And also, just after the voting started yesterday,
Yeah.
the German government said, we're not going to put all these tariffs on the trade and all this. So what we said all along is that Germans aren't going to suddenly stop buying our stuff. They're not going to suddenly start saying to the British people, you can't have BMWs or Mercedes anymore. And they confirmed it yesterday and said there's going to be no change in the trade agreements.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Come on, it's Germany. Like they said. Oh, here.
Yeah.
Like they're not going to want to take any money anymore.
We buy more of their shit than we sell to them. That's a stupid idea. You know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
we sell far more. We buy far more from the EU than we sell. So.
It just makes me chuckle, all these idiots who are saying the European countries are going to go to war if the EU dissolves.
Yes,
oh wait, no, they've been selling shit to each other for hundreds and hundreds of years. Is that going to change?
Yeah,
no.
I mean, we sell arms to Saudi Arabia, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
I mean.
Oh, don't even bring that up.
So I shouldn't think the people. I mean, Germans aren't suddenly going to say, nine, you can't have any BMWs anymore.
Even if they put tariffs, even if we have to pay 10% tariffs on cars or whatever the fuck it is, right? We would still pay more money if we was in the fucking European Union. We've just saved money.
Yeah, exactly. And they've all come out and said, the French aren't going to stop selling us wine and cheese. The Italians aren't going to stop selling us whatever the fuck it is the Italians sell us. Pizzas. Yeah.
More wine.
More wine, yeah.
Yeah.
Spaghetti.
In fact, don't we grow more wine than fucking Italy now or some shit? Because of the climate.
I think Italy probably sell us rifles, the shiny ones they had in the last war, because they never used them.
Yeah.
And that was a joke, just for all the xenophobes out there. I'm not a xenophobe, it was just a joke.
Hey, what did you think
just
about
to make Fabio laugh, that was all.
Hey, Mark, what do you think about Davy Boy stepping down? Isn't that good as well? Two birds, one stone.
I mean, this is what I said before to people like Alex Bottom, that they're the people that hated Cameron, hated the establishment. And
now we got rid of them.
And they voted with them yesterday. So, yeah, Cameron, he had to go, obviously, because he backed it to the hill. But it'd be Boris Johnson in charge, I should think.
Oh, no, please, no. Fuck no. The only person who I would trust would be Theresa May. Somebody.
Yeah.
I don't like
She's okay. She's not that much of a tit, is she?
I think Boris is very clever. He comes across as a bumbling idiot. That does
Boris is clever. Boris was smarter than David Cameron. He used to go to the same fucking school.
Yeah, yeah.
Did you see that documentary that he did on them?
Yeah, both went to Eton.
Hmm?
Both went to Eton.
He was the class president and all that shit, wasn't he? Boris. I just can't see him being presidential, though, in the sense like a prime minister. It's like, oh.
Well, there's nothing to fear, all you Americans.
Yeah.
Come here,
I ain't worried about it. Shit.
I'm not concerned. This is entertaining as fuck.
I love it. This is like the best day ever.
Tonya Galaxy made me laugh. She posted something to Fiona saying, "Oh, is the Queen in charge now? And will there be a civil war? Because Scotland voted to stay." No, Scotland did vote to stay, but they're part of the UK, so they didn't have any fucking choice. They had to go along with the vote. And now the Scots are going, "Oh, we'll leave the UK." No, you won't, because you can't go into the EU because you'll have to have the euro, and you don't want the euro. So
yeah, and they're broke anyway because the fucking oil price is like fucking zilch.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do? Go and dig it up the fucking ocean yourself. I'd like to see you try, especially now that the pound's worth fuck all.
Yeah.
It's awesome. I love this shit. It's boss.
I'm going to take my son to the cinema tonight. I've got to take a wheelbarrow full of coal just to get in.
Or silver, whatever.
Yeah.
The pound is actually it's flatlined at about 100, about 134 now, something like that. It's steadily just chilling at like 134, which is good for our manufacturers. It shouldn't have been that high in the first place anyway.
Well, the cinema was too expensive already. If it cost me, it cost me £2 and a pair of trainers to get in.
Jordy, Bitcoin actually took a bit of a jump in the last couple of hours.
I figured it would. I figured it would actually.
Yeah, because it's a safe asset class. It's not tied to any.
Yeah, straight up.
Do you know what also? Do you know what also went up? Gold's gone up as well.
Oh yeah. Silver too.
Let's see, in Canadian, Bitcoins are worth $769, which is
they're worth
pretty good.
they're worth 0.6 or 666 US dollars. That's beautiful.
Yeah, I'm so glad, because if that didn't happen, the Bitcoin would have just went back down to like substandard, like $500, which is fine. If I have Bitcoins, I'll sell them. I swear.
Hey, Gretchen.
Hey.
Will Britain's American children follow the mother country? I love it. Americans are too fucking dumb to have a vote to do something useful. Like your chance with Bernie Sanders, and look where they got you, Donald fucking Trump.
I mean, what do you think about it? This is a fantastic. I posted on my Facebook, this is a wonderful time to be alive, because we've left the EU in my lifetime, which I didn't think we would. I remember going in '73, I was 10. And the world is likely to have a leader who's got hair like a shredded wheat and looks like Biff Tannen. Well, I think Biff Tannen was actually modelled. I think Biff Tannen was actually modelled on Donald Trump.
Oh yeah, he was.
Yeah.
No, Jackie and I actually recently watched the whole Back to the Future trilogy, and I pointed out to her that Biff was based on Donald Trump, and that was back in the '80s.
Yeah, even with the tower and the weird hair and the tracksuit and everything else. Yeah. And you're gonna. I mean, people said the same when I was younger in the '80s. You can't vote Ronald Reagan to be president. He's a fucking actor, cowboy.
So hold on a minute. It's a possibility that Donald Trump will be president of the United States and Boris will be prime minister of the United Kingdom at the same time.
Yep.
Oh, what a circus! Oh yes, let it happen.
Two of the main leaders of the Western world will be called Boris and Donald.
I need to. At that point, I will just need to die.
It sounds like shitty hair.
It sounds like
you want to move to Mexico with me?
It's like a Disney film, Boris and Donald.
Clown car.
Donald Duck and Boris the Badger. I don't know.
What's Boris's last name? Livingston or something?
Johnson.
Johnson.
Yeah, which is an American word for penis.
I mean, as much as American political media has been a shit show for the past year now because of elections, hands down, tonight was like the most epic political moment that I have ever witnessed in my lifetime.
It is.
When you think about it,
most Americans don't give a fuck about British politics, but this is like serious shit.
Yeah. About the slang, Johnson is slang for penis in America. Trump is slang for fart in the UK.
Excuse me. I need to drink more beer.
So
pardon me, I need to get out of Trump.
Yeah.
I need to pass a Trump right now.
That's a quick Trump, who's Trump?
History of things.
It's short for trumpeted sort of thing, but yeah, so we're swapping slang for our leaders. It's just weird, Brian. Very weird. All we need is a French leader by the name of Fanny or Minge to come in and I'll jolly fall over.
It's pronounced Mingay. Mingay. Mingay.
Sounds like a gay Chinaman. Or North Korean leader. I mean, yeah, the world's just going. All the leaders are nuts. It's great.
We also have to identify that most world leaders are so charismatic that they can get anybody on their side, just like Hitler.
Okay, hold on a sec. So when is 3 months? He said he's leaving in 3 months, right?
He said October. That's the convention.
Yeah. The Conservative Party conference is in October. So
okay, so by the beginning of November, the United Kingdom will have a new prime minister.
Yep.
More or less, yeah.
In November, the United States.
We have an election again.
Either way, and in the United States, there will be a new president-elect.
Yeah. And sometimes,
and a whole new 4 years ahead of us that all kinds of shit's going to unfold that we have no idea about.
Next year, Germany has elections as well, and
And
France.
during the intervening confusion, I should think Putin will lead the Russian army topless on a white charger through the centre of Europe.
On bears.
And you know the nice thing, the nice thing is that the curtain raiser to all this, which is all happening sort of in the fall or in the fall. The curtain raiser to all this is the potential dog fest or fuck fest that's going to be the Rio Olympics that's coming up this summer.
Oh yeah, that'd be good. Yeah, you're coked up Russians doing the 100 meters in 3 seconds.
Don't even get me started on the Rio Olympics. That's such a fucking shit show.
Yeah, but it's coming up.
It should have never been held there.
They should let them. They should let them. They should give them on the relay. Give them a baton and stick a line.
Have you seen how many people are pulling out?
A line of crack each on the start line.
Yeah, LeBron pulled out.
Yo, bro, you want to smoke some crack?
You know, pole vaulters doing about 60 feet.
Some paraplegic competitor who was training there got robbed at gunpoint.
Mind you, all they got to do is have Oscar Pistorius on the start line with a pistol, and everyone if they can break all the records.
And no, there's also there's the crime. There's this Zika virus that everybody's fucking shit scared of. All this crap's happening in Rio. Plus, the whole country's on a meltdown politically.
That's what they'll do. They'll stick some poor bastard with Zika just behind the start line and say, if you don't fucking run quickly,
if you don't fucking
I'm going to catch you. Yeah, if you heard a sneeze behind you anywhere in Rio. Oh. Yeah. It's the world's turned into a circus this year. It's brilliant.
The world has turned into, but you know the problem is the world had turned in. Yeah, the world is turning into a circus. It's unfolding in much the way that, in the historical way, the same historical way I think as it started to unfold at the beginning of the 20th century.
Mm. I don't hold out much hope for the Syrian swimming team though.
Well, even more so now.
No, they're all in Germany. They made it.
They're not. They're all at the bottom of the med.
No, they're the ones who made it.
All right.
That's why they're in Germany.
Well, in comparison with the turn of the 20th century, even more so now with the sheer amount of technological change, like we're running headlong into a future that no one really understands.
Mm.
It is a good time to be alive.
That's what I said.
Oh yeah, it's a fascinating time to be alive, but it's a scary time as well.
It's not scary at all.
I mean, I think
my door's locked.
It's a challenging time, and and it's a good time to be alive. I mean, you know, these things are happening in our life.
I don't see what's so challenging about it.
Well, these things are happening in our lifetimes. We'll be in.
Yeah, I know, but what to you? What's challenging to you?
Well, I suppose. Well, facing a difficult or uncertain political future, so there may be more austerity to come. There may be another recession for us before it gets better.
Look. I thought that shit was going to go down when the Russian fans started taking on everybody, specifically the English fans, because it just happened to be the one they were playing. And those guys were literally, you know, it was like literally Hitler youth coming into, or the stormtroopers coming into your city, because that was an army. That was, you know, the Russian soccer fans, hooligans. It was an army of well-trained street fighters, really. I thought that was going to, you know, break out into something shattering, you know, like stop the euro or something, but it didn't. It just petered out.
Yeah, I mean, I read earlier today that whilst we were concentrating on the referendum over here, the European Parliament announced yesterday that they were going to issue a new travel document to allow migrants from outside the EU to travel anywhere in the EU.
Except without anyone in the EU voting on it, right?
Yeah, they were going to call it a migrant passport, or that was what it was being nicknamed. So in other words, they were going to say, well, you know, all the migrants that are already here, we're just going to give them EU passports.
I got a question talking about migrants. All those migrants that are sitting in the French side at Calais, why are they actually allowed to sit there? How come the French are not obligated to do a Trump thing and just kick them out?
Well, they are, but they won't, because it's a delicate situation for the French. What the main media have buried completely is that there was a riot there a few days ago, mass riot, and the migrants were threatening. Well, I mean, not the British and foreign, other non-British truck drivers. They're being flagged down. They're trying to stop the trucks, and then they're threatening to stab and kill and injure the truck drivers who are just transporting goods unless they let them on and take them to the UK. But it's the drivers that get fined if they get found with someone in their trucks when they get here. They've been told to keep going, keep driving, and run them over if necessary by the French police. French won't do much until, but they will stone.
No, my question is really is if they're a migrant in Calais, France, then they must have some legal status there, or do they not?
Well, a lot of them are waiting for asylum applications to be processed. Some of them are illegal, but the French don't seem to want to do too much. They let them sit there in camps, and there have been occasions where, in the past, where the French police were actively assisting them to try and get on board trucks, just to get rid of them. And they keep saying to us in the UK, it's your problem, it's your problem. And the UK government said to the French, no, it's not. They're on French territory. Well, they want to come to the UK, so you need to deal with it and pay for it. And we said no. So they just.
Well, that sounds like bullshit.
Now we've got all.
They shouldn't be on French territory in the first place.
We've got loads of activists from this country who've gone across there to help them and take blankets, and they've been treated terribly, and we've got to help them. So much so, we had one of these activists, or head of this activist organisation, saying, "Well, it's not as if these truck drivers can't go and get another job. If they don't, because the truck drivers have been, they were getting their trucks wrecked, stones and rocks thrown at their trucks, whilst these migrants were shouting, 'Fuck the UK.' But they want to come here." And when the truck drivers and haulage people have complained, these activists have said, "Well, you've got a job, go and do something else if you don't like it." Oh, it's outrageous.
Yeah, that's some bullshit right there, man.
I read the article about that.
What is that?
That just made me sad.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, the pound's already back up to $1.40 for fuck's sake. That was quick.
Yeah, told you.
How long did that take? 20 minutes.
That was all about making a quick buck, where people.
That's right. Exactly.
They bet that the pound would drop. They bet the pound would drop, and then they bought a shitload of pounds sterling.
That's what you did. They shorted the fucking pound, like George Soros did last time.
Yeah. That's all the traders were doing, is gambling, making a shit. Somebody somewhere, or quite a few people somewhere,
made a shit ton of money.
Made a shitload of money in a very short amount of time.
Yeah. Well, that's what I said earlier. All the high frequency traders were just programming their bots, and other non-high frequency traders were just betting on the Brexit vote.
Well, that's why they inflated it to $1.50 for fuck's sake.
And now all the people that bought shitloads of sterling when it dropped right down are now going to be making more money selling it as it starts. When it goes back up. They think we're stupid, these fucking politicians.
No.
We showed them last night that we're not, because the difference was it wasn't proportional representation. It wasn't first past the post. It was every vote actually counts.
Well, they tried to scare the shit out of us as well. Oh, the sky's going to fall down. Fuck off.
When you realize everyone's still alive the next day and no one's rioting, hopefully.
Yeah, everybody's busy going to fucking work.
Yeah,
getting fucking, real fucking things going on in their life.
We won't riot. We'll queue before we'll riot.
Probably will get shit-faced. It's Friday.
Yeah, exactly. People just go out and get drunk like we did last Friday.
If this were to happen in the U.S., you would have people fucking on the street smashing shit, looting.
No, trust me. I know. I'm not disagreeing with you.
Well, we did have a little riot going back a few years. So that was over one guy that was shot by the police, and then everyone else, a few people rioted and nicked some sneakers or trainers, whatever you want to call them, and then people in the other parts of the country thought that's a good idea, so they all went out and started smashing shops up. but there were some morons that actually took to Twitter and did selfies of themselves with all
And
the
then
stuff
got caught.
all the stuff they'd just stolen.
Dipshits.
There was one
I mean,
guy
like-
that showed his bed and it was covered in sports gear, and the police were knocking on his door about 20 minutes later.
Like, some people just like to take advantage of that, like, and like conspiracy theorists will say, "Hey, they're all paid to do this." No. Sometimes that's true, but like sometimes people just want to fucking break shit.
Yeah, I mean,
wasn't that what mostly Ferguson was about? A lot of people just wanted a fucking excuse to break shit.
Yeah, that's what happened in London. It wasn't about people. Some people came out in the streets in support supposedly of this black guy that the police shot. And
We're black.
It wasn't
black guy was shot in a black area. We're gonna fucking break shit because we're black.
Well, he was a drug dealer that had a gun on him, and then the police shot him. He pulled the gun out apparently, and then the people, the family wanted some answers. Then there was a bit of a riot, and so some people protested a black man being dead by taking a 65-inch colour TV from Curry's, because that's what you do, isn't it? I mean, you go out.
As a society, we're taught to like look for the advantages where we can see them, and some people see that as, oh, there's a broken window, I'm going in, I can get my objects.
This was like this guy was killed in London. There were people in Manchester stealing TVs and sports equipment.
Yeah, some people are dipshits.
It was hundreds of miles.
Looters gonna loot.
Looters gonna loot.
Looters are gonna loot.
In some places, they actually just burnt to the ground like a carpet shop. Obviously, a carpet was too heavy to carry out, so they just thought, "Oh, fuck it, we'll burn the place down."
You know what I need? Some new carpets.
You can't flip a carpet for enough dollars though.
Nice Persian rug.
Unless it's a nice Persian rug, then maybe you might have some luck.
Yeah, you can't go to the pub and say, "Psst, do you want to buy 90 feet of carpet?"
Good night, everyone. I'm going to bed.
Night, Jackie.
It was a pleasure speaking to you.
Good night, Jackie. Thanks for joining.
Hi, Jackie.
Bye-bye.
Are you leaving too, Kevin?
No.
Okay.
I'm having too much fun, and I have more wine.
She sounded really tired.
She sounded so...
She is tired. Anyway. Hey, what's for Brexit, everybody?
What's for Brexit?
Okay, Brexit jokes. How many do you think there'll be coming along? Brexit jokes will you see on Twitter tomorrow?
What's for Brexit, Alex Botten? Oh, he's made more posts. Oh God.
Well, we could turn this into an Alex Botten roast if you like.
Oh,
I don't know the dude well enough.
No, thanks.
Oh, I
Can we not say we did?
Mark
Yeah, I like Chris's idea.
I think Mark could do it on his own.
Wouldn't Alex Botten do just
We
as
could do a
well?
live Alex Botten roast as he's tweeting or putting up.
One of Alex's comments is still, I'm sure Putin is delighted.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Gotta bring him to this.
A lot of people said that.
I mean, Botten, he's more than welcome to have his opinion and everything about Remain, but it's just the sort of smug shit-headedness that just is like, really, like, you're just an asshole now. Come on.
No, he's been an asshole for a long time.
And I know I tell you guys this a bunch, but like letting your thoughts control you, this is what happens. That's what happens. Is you become so like surrounded, you surround your ideas like they're castles, and then you will refuse to let them go. And that's my point.
Well, apparently, Artist is upset that I said to Alex that he was being immature by saying, I mean, Alex Bottom's post is, tomorrow I hope to be able to bathe in the tears of the Leave campaigners. My comment to that was, how's that going for you? What a pathetically bitter and childish thing to say. Artist said, I need to boil some actual piss and throw it on my face. We'd much rather that than you continuing to bitch and moan on the internet like a retard. Well, the bitching and moaning is Alex's, not mine.
I hope Alex has got a few moments to join us and.
Oh man, I haven't been to hang out with him in like forever.
I'd like to hear his early morning thoughts today.
Weeping and gnashing of teeth.
No, maybe look, it's not out of the question that he woke up thinking, you know what? I had a dream last night. I think leaving EU is probably not a bad idea.
Yeah, well, the EU threatened to. I mean, Angela Merkel, the German leader, mentioned punishing the UK if we left. I mean,
No,
well, of course she did. The UK is her cash cow, isn't it?
I mean, if the result, I think Wayne Hudson's made a comment. If the result of voting Leave is that we are punished by those that we leave, then that's the perfect justification for leaving in the first place. I mean, I'd like to give Angela Merkel a ring and say, for you, the EU is offer.
You know, when she's got potential soldiers that have just joined her country, that she could.
Good night. Have no more BMWs.
Well, it's funny. In this country, our emergency number is 999. We don't have a 911, so. Yeah.
This is not America. You done 999.
999.
That German engineering dough.
That efficiency and tanks and stuff.
Hitler.
Hitler.
There'll be other countries that will leave now. They'll all want. There'll be a domino effect. I think a lot of other nations.
Okay, well, Mark, now that you're here,
vote.
a question. Let me ask you a question. Back a couple of years back, there was something called Brexit, where there was Greece leaving the EU, and it was like the biggest. There was the biggest news. It was the biggest scare. Everybody was shitting themselves. Nobody wanted to leave. Greece clawed their way, whatever they could do to stay, and Germany did whatever they could do for Greece to stay. The Greeks themselves, I think, wanted to stay. I'm not even quite sure about that. But here we have a situation where Brexit was, let's get the fuck out of here. Why didn't the Greeks just say the same thing? Let's get the
Well, they didn't have a referendum. It was basically they would have had to. The Brexit thing was because Greece is bankrupt completely. And the EU had been throwing billions of euros at it to keep it so it can pay its people.
How much are you paying
Can I have a conspiracy theory this moment? Just a quick one.
Yes, go.
What if, right? We knew we were gonna leave, and we knew that sterling was gonna go down. Can we buy our own money? Inadvertently buy our own money, and when it goes up, we make money off our own money using different currencies.
Yeah.
Just saying. Just want to throw it out because that seems interesting.
Just explain the Brexit thing to Sydney. It wasn't actually a vote to leave. They would have had to leave if they didn't pay back the loans that the EU had given them. So all the EU have done is keep renegotiating their loans for them and adding a bit more and stretching it out, writing bits off just to keep them in the Eurozone because they know that if Greece had left, it would have been the end for the EU. Other nations would have done the same.
Okay, now with the UK leaving,
there'll be countries will now demand referendums from their own government.
Well, what I'm saying with the UK leaving is definitely the end of the EU.
Yeah, I think the Dutch, the Danish, Greeks, Italians.
Point being, why didn't the Greeks leave? Why did the UK urge the Greeks to leave? Is more.
Well, because there wasn't a referendum. The Greeks weren't having a referendum. It was just they would have had to leave because of the money situation. So what the Greeks did is had a general election.
Yeah, I understand that, but the Greeks could have left, could have gone back to their shitty drachma, and then could have said, okay, let's just get the tourist industry going again, and then we'll pay you back.
They were in too much hock, and then the Germans did their usual bit, saying they have to be punished if they do not do as they're told. And so basically, the Greek people were frightened into voting for a different government who had already agreed with the EU. If we're in power, we'll agree to what you want, and they didn't want to leave because they were
it's Germany picking up most of the bill from Greek debts, right? Like they're the strongest economic power in the.
Well, what happened was, of course, the Germans bought into the Greek thing as soon as they got into the EU, started buying up everything Greek, like they do with other. And then, of course, when it went down the pan, you've got 90% of nothing, still nothing. So the Germans weren't happy. So we have invested everything, and we own Greece. You must do as you're told. That's basically what they're doing. They're trying to run Europe by other means.
What the fuck happened to Greece anyway? I mean, Jesus, they used to be a pretty strong country.
Well, they didn't really. They should
Hundreds
never
of years ago.
They should never have joined the EU because they were already financially in the shit. Plus, 85% of Greeks didn't pay tax for years.
Yeah. The way I've heard it explained is Germany has a very, German citizens and German culture in general have a very different attitude towards paying taxes and fiscal responsibility than the Greeks do. It's like the opposite.
Yeah, you've got a Greek cafe owner that's got a great tourist thing going. You know, he starts at 10 in the morning, he has a, you know, sleeps for a couple of hours in the afternoon, he works until 11 at night, and most of his stuff's cash, and he doesn't pay his tax, and the Greek government don't chase them much, and it's all laid back, and they're in the shit financially as a country, and then the EU came along and said, join us and we'll help you, and they went, okay. And they said, here's a load of money, billions, so you can keep going for it. Yeah, thanks very much. You've got to pay it back starting next February. Okay, next February comes, you owe us €4 billion for your first instalment on your loan. We haven't got it. What do you mean you haven't got it? Well, we haven't got it. We'll just leave the EU. In fact, no, you can't leave the EU because that'll fuck things up. How about we give you another 10 billion and we'll stretch your loan out for another couple of years? Okay, thanks very much. But you've got to pay the first instalment on your new loan next June. Okay. Next June comes, the EU says, where's our money? Greek goes, fuck off, we ain't got it. We spent it. And so it's gone on and on and on.
Damn.
And rather than leave the EU, they've just pumped them full of more money, and all the other EU states are paying for it. Except the UK, we said, we're not fucking paying for that. We're not contributing to their bailout. You do it. And
now I'm starting to understand a little bit more of the leaves.
Yeah, and Italy's the same. They push countries to join this club that aren't fit to join it. Now, you know, Albania are going to join. They're not in a financial state to join the EU. And a lot of them weren't. I mean, it was only 8 nations originally, I think, something like that.
How about Turkey? In they come. UK out, Turkey in.
Well, yeah, I mean, this thing with the economic migrants. A lot of them were coming through Turkey, which is a safe country, to Greece, and then through Greece into Europe.
Yeah, let's have Turkey with the nascent totalitarian dictator running it join the EU. That's a good idea.
And it's a Muslim country.
And again.
I mean, so the EU said, you've got to stop these migrants coming through your country into Europe, you know, we can't cope with it. And Turkey said, let us in the EU then. And the EU said, well, not quite yet, because you haven't fulfilled all the criteria. But so Turkey said, well, give us 4 billion and visa-free travel across Europe. So the EU said, all right then. So we're paying Turkey to stop people coming across to Europe on boats and dying. We're paying Turkey to do that when they should do it anyway. And we're going to allow their citizens visa-free travel to Europe. And the next thing will be they'll allow them into the EU, and then that means any EU citizen has got the right to work and live in any other EU state, whether they like it or not. That's the issue for me about immigration. It's not about what the colour of skin, not about being racist. I don't mind who comes and lives and works here. It's just sheer numbers. We've got no places for school, for kids to go to school. There's not enough schools. We haven't, or places. We haven't.
Yeah, and the UK isn't the US. Like, there's not all this room in all these different states, and
yeah,
good for them. It's
small. Our population grew by 500,000 last year. Plus, they're looking at least 250,000 a year if we'd have stayed in the EU. If you've got an EU passport, you can come and live here, irrespective of whether you've got somewhere to live or a job or money or anything. And we just couldn't sustain those numbers. And now we've voted to go out. We can say no. We haven't got enough room.
Yeah, it's a fucking island. You can't. You really can't. You really can't have that happen. Even in Canada, like we have overpopulation, but the density is like so high and such like a large area. For such small. Sorry, I may have been waffling. I'm sorry, but you get the point, right?
Yeah, well, that was the thing about the migrants going to Germany. Once they've been in Germany for a while, they'll get given a German passport or an EU passport. Then that allows them to come straight to the UK, where we did have a more generous welfare system. We changed it before, but then we're not in the EU now. It doesn't matter. But then theoretically, you could be in Syria, go across through Turkey into Europe, go to Germany, get a German passport or become a German citizen, which then allows you to come to the UK or go to Holland or Sweden or France, and then say I'm out, I'm unemployed. I need a home. It's madness. Let me get some coffee. Bear with me a second.
I was just going to say hi to VLad, but he...
Yeah, I'm not sure who VLad is. He's popped in and left a couple times.
Well, hopefully it's the Australian one.
Jordy, is VLad trolling?
I haven't paid attention to Trolly in like months and months, so I can't even tell you. It may be Trolly. I don't know.
I don't miss him.
Yeah. Troll Roland. Yeah, that's him.
Trolly's kick ass and also a right cunt at the same
He's
time.
probably what's happening. He's probably out in his car.
There's Trolly.
There
Fucking
he is.
Trolly. Trolly. What are you doing? Hey man. How you doing?
Fuck.
Trolly's good.
Depends on what Modi's in.
Oh, it is trolling. Hey, Charlie.
Well, that's what I said. It's trolling.
What's been happening?
Brexit.
Yeah, I know. I've been watching it.
It's nuts, man. Hey, Trolly, how you doing?
I thought they were going to remain, like it'll be a knife edge, but they left, I think. So, yeah.
I'm surprised you're not you're not grinning ear from ear because you like this kind of shit, like watching the world sort of burn a little bit.
Yeah, I know. I was hoping some sort of financial downfall, but not. I was hoping a little, right?
Testosterone fest.
Oh, shut up, Jackie. Jackie just called it a testosterone fest. Go away, guys. Stop it.
Wasn't she tired? Wasn't she supposed
I
to go
thought
to
she
sleep?
was going to bed.
I thought she was in bed, and she popped up behind my shoulders like
Oh.
Britain, let me you. Go away.
Go to sleep. She doesn't sound tired
I
anymore.
have wine I have to drink.
I'm drinking the coffee. Timmy's double with espresso.
Oh God, drink some of that Timmy Hortons, eh?
Literally, I went across like an hour ago and I got myself a coffee. It's so good. I love living right beside of Tim Hortons. So good.
How's everyone been? Good? How's everyone been? Good?
Actually, yeah, really good, actually, Trolly.
I have been having fun enjoying the Brexit circus all day.
Oh, have you? Oh, that's good.
Come on, it's like true comedy. It's like a tragedy and a comedy at the same time.
I just got to watch the Prime Minister of the UK resign, like, on live stream on the BBC.
How's this for someone?
I saw that. I'm gonna bathe in the tears of the Leave campaigners. How's that working for you, Mr. Bond?
On a picture of the one I'm screen sharing now. Someone's put it put it over the eyes of Nigel Farage laughing.
Looks like John Oliver says we shouldn't. What about what John Oliver says? His words are infallible.
No one gives a shit what John Oliver said.
Exactly. That's
What did he say?
No one thought he was funny when he lived in the UK.
I mean, he did a debunk of the Brexit movie, and I agree some of his points were valid, but he also ignored a lot of shit. John Oliver is not infallible.
I was joking when I said that. I know he's not infallible, but like seriously, that was at one point where I was like, I don't know if I'd rather just watch this thing go down. I don't give a shit what you say, John Oliver. I was like, I watch him and I'm like, oh yeah, I agree most of the time, but like this time I was like, I don't really think you're right. And I don't know why. I can't explain it really. Gut feeling.
Well, since he's living in the U.S. making a bank on his fucking show.
Yeah, no shit.
He really don't have much of an opinion on it as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, but normally he makes like really informative content, but like this one I was like, I don't necessarily.
Not so much,
right.
huh?
Yeah. Cause like when he was doing the Canada thing, he was like, you guys should just like get Harper out of there. I was like, yes, we should. But then again, I've lived with Harper, so I know how terrible he is. Sorry. I guess I'm the only Canadian here, so that really doesn't make a difference what I say.
Well, we need to hear from sorry Canadians too.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, eh? Can't help myself. All this Timmy's coffee here.
I'm a militant sorry Canadian.
What? You're a Canadian?
Uh-huh.
No, wait, seriously?
Yep.
Oh, cool, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, it is. I love it.
Damn, it's down to me and Kevin as the only Americans left.
Oh, I guess so. America.
I'm just like, I'm still trying to wrap my head around this whole thing because I was sitting there like just pissed drunk and I was just listening and I was like, wait, they're leaving. I was like, Jesus.
Yeah, they're leaving and oh shit, the UK Prime Minister actually resigned on live TV.
Yeah, and it's not as if this fear-mongering yesterday was. Does it mean that anyone that's not British has to leave the country? No. If you're here, it doesn't mean we're going to stop. Not, we're going to outlaw anything. We're not going to start, taking people's BMWs away.
No, I think as of 3 o'clock tomorrow morning, they'll be banging on doors and jackbooted by slamming of doors.
Yeah, it's not going to suddenly. There's not going to be a big ship that's going to fit everything European on it and send it across the channel. It's not going to. People will still eat pizza tonight on a Friday and drink Belgian beer and drive their BMWs. It's
get their Stella. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Stella. Yeah, so people with this fear-mongering that we're going to kick anyone that's not British out. I mean, I could think of a few that I'd like to do it to, but well, once they've changed their nationality.
Well, actually, if you followed English history and tradition, you'd start killing some Flemish people.
I mean, if Alex Watton wants to become Irish, I'll gladly do it.
Flemish.
I'll get the ticket to Dublin. He can fuck off.
There was a time in English history when they turned on foreigners and killed them, and the only foreigners were Flemish at the time.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it had to be that.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, Rose. Rose is in chat. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, I saw that too.
This is one of those where were you when this happened moments.
In a hangout watching all the shit go down live.
Laying on my bed listening to the BBC for 3 hours.
I watched it from 10 p.m. until 6 o'clock this morning. I had about an hour's sleep. But I'm working from home today. Well, I say working from home. I'm at home.
So basically the next week is going to be Brexit. It's like exclusively, guaranteed.
Yeah. Well, CNN's already got it 24/7 on their channel right now. So
sure they do.
So Reddit's going to be Brexit exclusive links.
You're at 2016 next week. Don't think it's going to go away.
Hey, this is why I'm actually glad I moved to the to the West Coast because everything like shifts earlier.
Yeah, there'll be more on the American TV about it than it will settle down here after a couple of days. People will just get on with their lives and let the politicians sort it all out. So.
It'll be a whole bunch of businessmen complaining, and then on the other side there'll be a whole bunch of businessmen praising, and depending on who soothes who the most, the general public will just, look for anything that changes in their lives, and if nothing does, they'll just carry on, just like you said.
Exactly, yeah.
But there's something sort of satisfying. Oh, Jesus, I'm sorry. That was really loud. There's something sort of satisfying about like having that little bit of, oh, we're gonna shake things up a little bit, and they did, and it sort of is a weird feeling, even if I'm not British.
That's it. We've given the establishment a black eye and said, no, we're not. As soon as you've given the British people a vote that actually counts, because our voting system was first past the post, so it was all about seats in Parliament rather than just total number of votes. So we tried to change it to proportional representation, or trying to change, and that didn't work. But this vote yesterday was literally whoever gets the most votes.
Number of votes, yeah.
Yeah. And the British people thought, right, well, a 72% turnout.
That's pretty good turnout.
Yeah, which is 10%.
It's a lot better than average American turnout, I'll tell you that.
10% more than our general election. So people actually made the effort to go out.
No shit. Oh, I didn't know it was more than a general election. That's great.
Yeah, but in general elections over there, y'all elect a party, right?
No, we elect. Well, there's parties to vote for, but each party has a representative in the local area, a bit like the Americans do. But and then that person wins. If he wins a seat in Parliament. And whoever wins the most, whichever party wins the most seats, is the one that gets into power. So you could end up where I think something like only 25% of the country voted for the government that we've got, but they won the most seats.
Wow, that blows my mind.
Yeah.
I mean, we have a fucked up system here with the Electoral College, but I understand it, and I don't really want to change it.
Yeah.
No, yeah, the Electoral College kind of pisses me off ever since I moved to California, because I used to live in Iowa where my vote actually counted for something, and now California is a blue state, so it doesn't matter what I vote for president. Fuck that.
You just need to like be able to motivate people like in a way that would actually piss them off enough like to do something about it.
Well, wasn't that what kind of Brexit was all about?
Yeah.
Like, try that in America.
Well, even last year during the general election in Canada, we got a majority for a Liberal government, and like a lot of Canada is conservative, straight up, and like we got a majority for a Liberal government, which wasn't expected to win. This shit just doesn't happen here. Just doesn't happen.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have happened if the shit's name wasn't Justin Trudeau.
Mm. And he's just getting himself in trouble, like all the time. Regardless of whether it's his fault or not, sometimes it is, but like all I hear is that he's done something wrong.
I think he's turning out to be a fairly smart guy. We'll see though.
Yeah. No, he's a straight up smart guy. Just he's more of a face than a. He seems like more of a face, like on the surface.
Yeah, but if that's the case, then he's a good delegator.
Yeah, exactly.
If things get done, anyway.
If anything gets done, but yeah.
Well, he's picked a good defense minister. I like that.
Hmm.
Oh, so you're in Canada, Sydney, not Britain.
Vancouver.
Okay.
Oh, you lucky son of a bitch.
I think so too.
I have to live in the middle of the country where it's dry. Shut up. Whatever.
No one cares.
No one cares.
Jordy's in Saskatoon.
I have a good friend in Calgary, and she's like in love with Trudeau. So
who's in Saskatoon?
Well, all women are in Saskatoon. All women are in love with Trudeau. Sorry.
Jordy's in Saskatoon.
I'm in Saskatoon.
I've been to Saskatoon.
Only bad words, I hope.
I've been through Saskatoon.
A lot of people have been through Saskatoon.
Yeah, a lot of people have been through Saskatoon. You go through Saskatoon.
That road trip, though.
you go through Saskatoon. You don't.
No, actually, it was alright. I mean, it's a shithole, but
it is a shithole,
and people are alright.
Oh no, everyone's great here, except it's still a shithole. You're in the middle of a freaking dry desert. You're literally a desert. The prairies are a fucking desert. Literally.
You know, it's a shithole. It's cold, and the government makes money from liquor sales. Everybody wins.
Oh fuck. Everyone loves getting pissed drunk here, but that's just Canadian.
No, that's cold Canada, I think. Actually, no.
Pound is back up to almost 1.4 on the dollar.
Ah, that's funny. And it hasn't been 2 hours yet.
So it's going back up then.
Oh yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
of
It
course.
bottomed out, and now it's crawling back.
Just like somebody said, people are just making profits. People know how to do that.
Oh yeah.
Happens every time. And congratulations on the people who made profits. I hope you pay your taxes.
I wish I had money to throw at Forex right now. Or earlier, like I would have bet on Brexit. I would have bet on the euro against the pound, but oh well, whatever.
You know what
It's
I
fun
do?
to watch. It is fun to watch.
You know what I do? During soccer matches, I'll make a bet, like a $40 bet, but just a fake bet with myself, and I'll say, okay, I'll make a prediction, right? Let's say a team's 1-0 down, and I'll say, okay, I'm gonna predict $40 that the team will come back and win, the other team, 2-1 or whatever, and then at the end of the game, you know, either if I win, then I've kicked myself because shit, I should have gone and live bet on the game, you know, and I could have put $200 down, and I could have won $10,000 or whatever, right? But if the team loses, then I think, I save myself $40. But either way, I save myself $40 because I never really bet.
I learned a long time ago not to gamble. Just don't do it.
It
never works out for me.
I have seen instances where sports games like soccer games can actually move currency pairs.
Well, some of them are fixed, and that's a problem.
Oh, that's bullshit.
Well, it used to be anyway.
MMA is basically the new like, if you want lots of money really quick for like one fight, that's what you do. Or it's like, because it takes one fight, and if you're pretty good at like analyzing fighters, you can make a lot of money on MMA.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of people took a beating on Conor McGregor last time.
Oh, the worst one was if you bet for Ronda when she was fighting, she got head kicked.
When she got a chin kicked into her brain.
Yeah, her teeth are still unstable and she can't eat an apple. But they had the Bellagio, or I can't remember which one. They ran out of money in their cage because Holly was not expected to win that fight at all, and she went in there freaking kicked ass. And now like Ronda can't fight anymore because her teeth are still unstable. So I'll take that.
She just got her head smashed in.
Yeah.
And then that happens sometimes.
But well, no, I mean, you know, she didn't smash anybody else's head in as much as she got her head smashed in, did she?
No, she was a judo fighter. She was a grappler. So she didn't.
But she never permanently injured anybody, like, and took them out, fucked their career up.
No.
Well, what is this the person who beat her? How's Ronda's career doing?
She's sitting at home getting fat.
Exactly. Ronda is fucking gonna be an actress and make bank. She's gonna do all right.
Yeah, but she's done. She's done MMA.
Oh yeah, I don't think she'll fight again.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Somebody actually kicked her ass to the point when she was out, you know, like one shot, she's gone.
Right.
Whereas Ronda Rousey went on and on and on by just kicking ass and winning and, you know, just squeezing.
Yeah, winning 3-minute fights.
Yeah, squeezing the windpipe a little bit too much or whatever.
A minute, I'll give you. I don't think like beyond Holly, I don't think she ever went past a minute.
Well, Holly put it on her.
Oh, that was such a great fight. I admit that was the best fight I've ever seen.
I actually couldn't believe that she saw that opportunity because that was so quick.
Holly's like a champion boxer. She knows.
Yeah,
what she's
but
doing.
she didn't do a boxing move. She fucking kicked her. But
she's won a lot of fights with dude.
She kicked between the gloves right into her chin. It was just like, you know, how did she see that coming?
And how did Ronda not see it coming?
Yeah.
She was expecting to go and kick ass in 30 seconds. She's never went to the second round. So when you go to the second round, you're sort of confused.
Oh, what do I do now?
That's how people beat Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson would go in hard for the first couple rounds, and he would normally win. And if you can get him down to like for the 5th or 6th round, you get gassed. You get gassed. Mike Tyson would get gassed, and then you could actually have a chance to beat him.
That's how Buster beat him.
Yeah.
Mike Tyson.
I think Mike Tyson spoke more like a girl than Michael Jackson.
Oh yeah, but I wouldn't say that to his face.
I wouldn't say that to him over a video feed.
He'll stick his tigers on you.
Because he might have hackers tracking your fucking location.
Because he can afford those hackers.
Right. He was great in the Hangout, though, man. That was fucking... Or the Hangover. That was some funny shit.
Can't be touched, can't be moved, can't be stopped. I mean, that's Roy Jones. Never mind. Sorry, I have a habit of making about MMA. I'm sorry. In boxing. Well, so how about them Brexits?
What's for Brexit?
Brexit. Jinx. What's for Brexit, Jordy?
Jinx, you owes me a Coke.
A bagel.
I got a question. This Brexit thing. How much economic what's the right word? How much will it actually spur a certain economy or a branch of the economy on to strengthen and actually make Britain stronger for leaving?
I don't know.
Like, will Britain be a better place to visit? Will the Premier League be a different league? You know, like, what's going to change in Britain? Like, what culturally?
I don't live over there, so I can't even begin to answer that.
I'll answer that in a minute when I come back. Give me 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's a really interesting question, actually.
Right, yeah, that is interesting.
Someone wasn't sleeping, apparently.
She's on her phone in bed.
Don't forget that some people only need about 4 minutes sleep.
Hold on. I mostly needed to lie down. My tiredness came from just sitting at the computer all day.
You got eye strain?
Yeah, kind of.
So did you Brexit, and then you came back?
Trump called Brexit vote fantastic. Oh,
of
Trump's
course
way
he
ahead.
did, because he's Trump and fuck him.
I wonder how much money he made on that short that he probably did.
And I wonder how many pounds sterling he bought.
Since he is the businessman to end all businessmen, and he's the best thing since sliced bread, of course.
Right. We're gonna make Britain great again.
Make Britain great again.
So.
While he's visiting Scotland, going to golf courses. What the fuck, dude? You're running for president. What the fuck are you doing in Scotland, man?
So who's better, Boris or David? Are we getting rid of someone for someone worse?
I don't know enough
Someone
about
better?
Boris to call that, but Cameron is a piece of shit.
Cameron?
Fuck Cameron.
Cameron to Cameroon.
Cameroon.
David
Cameroon.
The English should start a campaign. Cameron to Cameroon. Out.
You've been exiled. Goodbye.
No?
Isn't that like some rule? That might totally be fake, but like you only get a certain amount of years in one country, and then like you're exiled and you can't come back.
Headline: Boris Johnson booed in London.
BJ.
Oh, BJ. Oh my god, that's so funny.
What?
Boris Johnson, BJ. Blowjob?
Oh, BJ. Ha ha ha.
BJ and the Bear. That's kinky.
Oh yeah, here, like Rose said something actually that's probably topical.
How about BJ and the Johnsons?
Electoral college made sense when it was created. It doesn't make sense for me now. We have the technology to be more direct about things. Yes. Sorry, that's what Rose said in chat. mean, that's what I was thinking too. I was thinking that like that an hour ago when we were actually like deep in the conversation. I was like, why does it have to be so fucking hard? Everyone can just call each other, or Skype, or SMS, anything. It's not like we have to ride on horseback anymore.
Well, the problem with that is, you know, my mother lived to be 72 years old, never owned a computer or a smartphone, so.
But you can still call someone.
And there are people out there that live isolated. They don't communicate.
Well, odds are they're probably not going to vote anyways.
Well, maybe not.
To answer your question, Sydney, nothing much will change. There'll be a bit of furore for a little while, and things will just go back to how they were. We'll have a new Prime Minister. The only difference is we're not being dictated to by an unelected, undemocratic system, the EU. That's all.
How will it affect the quality of the English soccer hooligan?
We haven't got any. We haven't got very many. I think the Russians made the mistake in the Euros of thinking that hooliganism was still a thing over here. It stopped in the 90s, really.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
That's what I thought, yeah.
But they interviewed some of the Russians on TV who said, you know, oh, we're here, and someone sort of pointed out, well, you know, we don't really, it's not really a thing over here anymore, but that's how far they are behind.
Well, it just shows you the Russian mentality that we have to deal with.
Yeah,
from the Russian country.
I mean, the reason Boris Johnson will get booed in London was because he was the mayor of London until they voted in the new one, the Muslim one, recently, and Central London voted to remain because that's where all the money is. That's where all the where all the banks are, etc. So. It's indicative to me that all the people that stood most to gain, the big corporations, the banks, career politicians, they wanted to stay because they're on the gravy train.
Yeah, but they're fucked now.
Yeah.
They're lost. Haha. Too bad.
We can now. We've taken back our sovereignty. We can now say what we do with our country. Now, I mean, the fishing industry has been decimated by the EU. We've got British fishermen who are being paid money by the EU to literally destroy their boats, burn them. And they sat idle, being paid to do nothing, while other EU countries fish our waters because of quotas. They said, well, you know, the Greek fishermen need the fish, or not the Greeks so much, they didn't come in, but other nations want to fish, and they should have some fish. So they'll have once you've fished your quota, you can't do it anymore.
Well, what's going to be good, I think, is you know how historically England has been a really, really good ally of Portugal.
Mm.
You know, those kind of things might.
Yeah, we're now free to make our own trade agreements rather than. I mean, I know the EU has been negotiating with America. Is it TIPS or TIP? The
TPP or something.
Transatlantic or trans something trade agreement. I don't know what it's called. Negotiating trade deals. Now we're now free to trade with whoever we want to, without the EU saying no, because we have the EU does a trade agreements by block.
Well, I hope. Now let me ask you a question. That opens up a whole new can of worms. Because I'd like to benefit as well. So I'd like the EU. Well, I mean, I'd like the UK to approach me to start some trade so that I can pull myself out of the hole that I'm in. But that's not going to happen.
Well, yeah, theoretically, I mean, if you were a big business owner, say in South Africa or Canada, where you are, and I was an exporter who wanted to sell you my goods and import yours, I couldn't without the EU say so.
Oh. That's bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. So the EU was saying, well, no, you can't do a trade agreement with Brazil because the EU does it as a block. For all
China doesn't even do that with Hong Kong.
Oh, exactly. So we're now free to say, well, we don't want.
China doesn't tell Hong Kong what they can or cannot do.
Yeah, we can now say we don't want a German sausage anymore. We're going to have South African sausage.
German sausage is pretty good.
Yeah, but that's basically on a base level. What we can do, we can say, well, we're not going to trade with that person. We're going to do an agreement with these people.
No, would you rather have Nazi sausage or apartheid sausage?
But of course, Obama came over and said, well, if you leave the EU, you'll be at the back of the queue for a trade agreement with the US now, because we deal with the EU. Well, it's just blackmail.
And the Trump presidency to go with it.
Yeah, that's basically they spoke. The US is supposed to be our closest allies, and there's Obama saying, and I'm an Obama fan. I mean, I think he's better than Bush, but
yeah, the only thing Obama was pro-American, that would really help.
Oh, come on.
He's a Muslim.
He's not a Muslim. If he's a Muslim, he's the worst fucking Muslim in the goddamn world.
I was joking. His wife's really a man. According to Michael Ann, anyway.
Oh, really?
All right. As long as you were joking, it's all good. Cheers.
Oh, yeah. Michael Ann believes that Michelle is actually a man.
Oh, my God.
With a large
Why? I'm with her. Until you can actually go and look up her dress, I'm with her. So, and I'll volunteer. I don't mind. I'll take one for the team.
Personally, I'm going to take her word for it and not want to look. That's just my take on it.
Michael Yang also thinks that Michelle is a man.
Well, she's a fucking idiot. So fuck her.
If you want the biggest laugh ever, go to Michael Ann McAllister's Facebook page. It's got every conspiracy theory you could ever
I've
think.
seen it. I have seen it.
I have shown it to him.
Every conspiracy theory you could think of, and probably at least 30 you haven't ever thought of, are all on the page.
No, but Mark, you and I were one of the first people to have to deal with Michael Ann.
Yes.
And so Kevin's heard it all.
Yes, we were.
Michael.
So I guess he's a big Alex Jones fan then.
The she, actually.
Or
Michael
whatever.
Ann.
I don't know.
McAllister.
She's a quote unquote nurse that markets vitamin C as a cure, or vitamin C infusions as a cure for cancer to cancer patients.
Oh no, she's not a nurse.
Yeah.
She's a quack.
Except the scary thing is she is actually a nurse. She's a registered nurse and she has regular access to cancer patients.
She runs clinics. Say clinics is a loose way of putting it. You just turn up somewhere. She turns up with an IV and sticks it in your arm. And if you're really ill, she gets one of those power washers and sticks a cartridge in.
No. She prays for you for really ill.
To be fair, she has said multiple times that she doesn't do anything without doctor's orders and patient approval.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, a doctor will say. Basically, what happens is someone signs up and pays for a treatment, and the doctor just gives her the prescription. In other words, it gives the go-ahead to give that person massive doses of vitamin C. I mean, I know she says she doesn't directly say it's a cure for cancer, but her website says exactly that.
I remember that whole argument. That was frustrating yet hilarious.
The fact that a doctor would sign off on that is even more frustrating. That blows my mind.
Yes, it's called IV infusions or something.
I'm sorry I brought us into this rabbit hole.
No, it's fine. Luckily, he's in America.
What's the size of this rabbit hole? Do I fit down? Can I fit in?
Oh yeah, you could. Yeah.
I love it. I love going down.
I'm not even gonna go look at that page because it'll just make my fucking head explode.
If you stay on the page for any longer than 30 seconds, your IQ drops dramatically.
And I've already got IQ point problems, so I don't need to lose it.
Yeah. Keep what you got.
I mean,
You actually have to scroll a little bit before you get to really weird shit.
I would have to really smoke a lot of weed to be able to go read that shit.
Hey, that's a good idea.
Well, I can read it for you. I mean, my IQ's fucked anyway. But she believes in astrology for one.
Oh boy.
Secondly, Michelle Obama is a male. She actually said in a hangout once, "Don't believe what she said. How can the sun burn without oxygen? It's a fake."
It's called fusion, you old bag.
She's just trolling. She must have been.
No. She doesn't believe we landed on the moon. She doesn't believe we've even been into space. She thinks the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I was going to ask that about that one.
Isn't there a pill for that?
She actually said, the sun doesn't burn because there's no oxygen in space. So that's
where does this person live?
That's right. It doesn't burn because there's no oxygen. It does the nuclear fission thing because of other things.
She also says
she's in Penny. She's in Pennsylvania.
Oh yeah, she said Sandy Hook
I've
and
caught
Orlando were
her.
hoaxes. Sorry.
I've caught her in a hangout with Rand Campbell some months ago, where Rand was. Okay, Rand is very obviously a troll when it comes to conspiracy theories. He's definitely a Christian because I'm friends with him on his private Facebook.
Yes, but he's still a fucking troll.
But he's totally trolling when he talks about the flat Earth and conspiracies and stuff. And she just soaked it in like a dry sponge.
She actually said on her page that Orlando was another gun grab staged event, the same as Boston and Sandy Hook.
Those are the types of opinions that I can't really respect. Like, I don't care if someone believes the Earth is flat, whatever. But denying a mass shooting is just downright disrespectful.
Yeah.
Like Arcane Retard and
like the people that call that guy that lost his daughter at Sandy Hook a fucking liar.
Oh, she's one of them.
Oh, I would punch her right in the fucking mouth. I would go to jail for that. I would fucking punch her right in the goddamn teeth.
She says 9/11 was an inside job. NASA is a bunch of liars, and we've never been to space ever.
Well, I don't condone violence against people with these opinions, but I do condone taking away their voting rights.
Yeah.
Not really, but...
No, I condone violence against people like that. Alex Jones, I would beat him with a bat.
One of her posts
I agree with you.
One of her posts on Facebook is Captain Obvious uses the ultimate way to debunk the fake spinning ball Earth.
It's a magic ball. Oh my god.
Oh
my feels. You can't make this shit up. Hey, 21st century internet. Come on.
Oh my god.
McDonald's is not food, it's a chemistry experiment.
Well, you know what? I don't necessarily disagree with all of that statement.
Speaking of chemistry experiments, where's Gary?
This is what his hands look like when he's typing.
The only fucking thing worse than listening to Gary talk is watching Gary type is listening to him talk. Yeah, what?
Oh, Gary,
Hey,
we call him.
We all know that no matter which way the Brexit vote went this afternoon or whatever, Gary will have an opinion about it, and we will all care about it.
But the thing is, no one will be able to either understand him when he speaks, or because he bless him, he also types how he speaks. We call him on Boil Piss. We used to call him Gary Phony Beetle Flubbersquack, and he speaks like he's underwater.
No.
Every now and again.
Well, he can't help the speaking thing.
I know,
But
but
the
it's funny.
typing thing, he can certainly go back and edit his messages.
Well, he's been getting better. It's just
Yeah,
that
he's
no.
been Well, only getting
because we ride his ass about
Yeah, we
it.
ride his ass about it. No,
Well, he is
Jackie.
dyslexic and dyspraxic as well, so bless him, he can't help it. But it is, I can't help it. It is funny. I'm sorry. I mean,
No, Jackie, Jordy, Fizz, and Rose and I are in a Skype group with Jordy, and sometimes I wake up and I check my phone and I have 350 messages, most of which are Gary arguing with people in the Skype group about some stupid fucking shit, like, oh, well, the Richard Dawkins is a fucking Nazi, and blah, 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 this and that.
Oh, yeah.
It makes me laugh it's made me literally laugh my ass out of bed. Literally laugh my ass out
The
of bed.
four
a few
horsemen
times.
don't like disabled people.
Oh yeah, Richard Dawkins wants to institute a Holocaust and kill him.
See, I try to defend Gary where I can.
I try to defend him too. I try not to be a mean person towards him, but sometimes he's just the gift that keeps on giving, and he makes my life.
You know what? The day you said
what
Pink
he
Floyd
said,
sucked,
not how
you
he
fucking
says
lost
it,
me.
Because how he says it is not in his control, and I mean, I feel comfortable teasing him just a little bit about it, but there's a certain point where I start to feel uncomfortable because I have my own speech issues, and I was once at a point where no one could understand me, so like I know how it feels.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Oh, fuck you!
That
was cold, dude.
I agree with Jackie entirely. But Gary likes to take the contrary opinion all the time, and that's the only reason I can.
Yeah, he's an uber contrary.
Oh, he takes the contrary opinion and he wants to give bad people the benefit of the doubt.
Like Christians.
Like
all
Brian
the time.
Fisher.
And he thinks
Or-
Jesus is real and Carrier is an uneducated liar.
Right, and it's just
Honestly, I'd rather hear Gary ramble about that, even though I can't understand him, than listening to Prudent go on about geopolitics.
That's another person I tend to give a pass to.
That's the
calculator joke.
At least I can understand Prudent. At least I can understand Prudent when he speaks.
Yeah, but
sometimes you don't want to
but
understand Susan.
The thing is with Gary, like, I don't know, I can somehow not have a bleeding forehead from head desking after every sentence like I feel like happens with Prudent.
You see, this is how Talking Shit Tuesday should be.
Talking about Prudent and Gary constantly?
Oh no, I'm talking shit. I need to shut up. Okay.
No, we all ask. Great.
Talk more shit, Jackie. I like that.
I mean, like, literally every hangout I go into, Prudent and Gary come up at least once. Every time. Exclusively.
You know?
They come up in order. They come up in order.
I've played Drunk Bears one time with you guys, and Gary was a major fucking topic of conversation.
Gary's always a major topic of conversation.
Yeah, so it's prudent because we make lots of cards for them because they are lol cows. They're like
whipping boys.
Eternally consistent lol cows.
Community whipping boys.
Oh, fuck. This has been one fucking wild hangout.
Like, yeah, I don't come to live hangouts very often, but this one was really good.
Yeah, great. I'm in a great mood. Nothing can fuck my weekend up now.
Right.
This is where everyone starts yelling freedom outside their windows.
Yeah.
Freedom!
I could lose a limb today and I'd still be smiling.
You could have it hacked off with no anesthetic and good. Good day.
I could lose an arm and Alex Botton crying would still make me happy for a week.
Wait,
No.
has Alex Botton said anything this morning?
Oh, he's made multiple posts already. He's mad. He's butthurt.
Oh, he is butthurt like a motherfucker.
You know what scares me the most about Alex Bodden? Am I alone? Is it the fucking mustache?
Yes, bit
It's
creepy.
like it's smiling at you. I don't want his mustache to smile at me. It's creepy.
To be fair, I watched a Prudent video and I saw his mustache and I was like, Lord Jesus, he looks like Satan right now.
that and him trying to sell what he calls music.
Oh,
I haven't actually heard his music, so I'm not gonna diss
it sounds like a one-man band falling down a flight of metal stairs. He's made special editions, only 6 discs, and he's keeping one of them, and you can buy the others for 50. And it got such a stage yesterday. I think Wayne Hudson told him to fuck off and play with his finger bell.
Well, his buying Botton's music is probably going to cost me more now because the Great British Pounds has dropped.
I should be more humble and have more dignity, but I'm wired on coffee. I've had 1 hour's sleep, so that's my excuse.
I don't care. I've been drinking wine all night.
Hi, Jackie.
Hi.
Hi.
Just out of curiosity, how long has this hang-up been going? Like,
I have no idea. Stizor started it, and I don't know if he's even still here.
Isn't it Sydney's hangout?
Yeah, Sydney stuff.
Oh, it's Sydney's hangout. Okay.
Because I went to look for it on Stizor's channel. I was like, I can't find it.
No, it's on Sydney's channel. That's right.
If Stizor started it, we'd all have been booted by now, and he wouldn't have shut up.
Stizor?
He has to be sleeping.
It's been going on for.
Yeah, he's being entirely too quiet.
I'm surprised
Oh,
he doesn't,
I'm reading all
mumble.
the Alex Botton stuff right now.
Oh, yeah. The butthurtism.
Oh,
Have fun with that.
my
One when
takes
he,
are actually kind of getting hard from reading
yeah, yesterday's one where he said he was going to bathe in the tears of the losers, and yet he's one of the. He started blocking people.
Bathing, yeah, he's bathing in his own tears.
I've heard that he started blocking people already that have commented on it.
Well, that's what Botton does.
Mark, you should make a post. I'm bathing in the tears of Alex Botton right this minute.
I may even take a photograph of myself in the bar.
And I don't necessarily disagree with his stance on the vote, but the way he acts about it is just fucking ignorant.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just like this smug, fucking self-righteous, gushing bullshit.
Right.
And some of his points were very good, and I agree with some of them. But the way he's gone about it by saying, "Oh, well, if you're on the side that voted Leave, you're a bully and a moron, and it's not fair, and I wish we'd won, and then we didn't, and I can't cope with it." And I'm going to call you all names, and you're all cunts, and I'm going to block you, and then I'll unblock you in a couple of months when I'm not. Then
You have a binky and a nappy.
I'm just gonna say, sometimes ignorance is bliss, because when I got rid of my G Plus account, I became so much happier.
Well, I don't even follow him. I don't know what he's saying, but I know exactly.
You're not missing out on anything. G Plus is a fucking clusterfuck.
It's a cesspool. It's a cesspool. I should have read
And
that.
it's no better than Twitter, and Twitter is a fucking sewer.
it's great entertainment. I love it.
And I
You're a
just
stronger man than me, then.
I
I
can't be
can't take
bothered.
that shit.
I just can't be bothered.
I watched a great debate video for the first time in like months and months. I watched Prudence video, Alex Botton, and I got so angry. I wanted to smash my computer.
It's probably it might have something to do with all that acid you took a few months ago.
Maybe, possibly. Thanks, Kevin. No, but I wanted to smash my computer so much, and I was like, okay, I'll relax. Zen out. There's no point in this. Prudence just retarded. Oh.
I think you figured it out, Jordy. It's all good.
Like I'd like walk away, and I was like, oh, what am I doing? Why did I watch this? And I immediately unsubscribed. I was like, why did I do this?
Well, when all you guys think your lives are really bad, remember you don't live where I live.
All right, okay, I'll bite. Where?
With
What makes me smile even more is that the place Alex Botton lives, they voted to leave.
Yeah, Fizz lives in Warzone.
You kidding?
No.
That's funny.
Yeah,
You're a
essentially,
bad man.
Fizz lives in Warzone because he lives with Beach. Sorry.
But there is good news. I got the AC fixed today. Yay.
So who's the one who lives in hell?
Fizz?
Me.
Atheists.
Atheists.
You know what? I live in my own personal version of hell, even if I wasn't an atheist.
Oh no, what's the matter?
I'll let the other.
You know who say
Come
Beach
on,
is.
tell us. We'll pray for you.
You know who say Beach.
Yeah, he lives with the beach.
He lives on the beach?
No, he lives with Beach.
What's her name?
Beach is an infamous person. That's basically it.
You may not know him.
Yeah, you probably don't know who Beach is. But those who do know who Beach is...
No idea what you're talking about.
Those who do know who Beach is...
Hold
on. Just to clarify, Beach is someone from the community. He might just not be a part of your guys' corner of the community.
Right, yeah.
You're familiar with Hate Club. He was very popular in Hate Club.
Oh, yeah, he's popular, all right. So was I till I got kicked out by Kalen's.
Well, this has been a really good Brexit hangout. We've been going for like 5 hours, so the live hangout will probably be coming to an end fairly soon.
Cease to exist.
Damn, I think I've been here a couple hours now.
Yeah, no, we've been going strong.
Time flies. You're preaching about the British.
Any final? Is it time for the United States to take advantage of the weakness of the United Kingdom and attack?
Oh no, we're strong. We're strong now. We're strong. It's the EU you ought to be attacking.
No. Oh, maybe we'll team up with the United Kingdom and the United States and attack the European Union.
No, fuck it. I'm going isolationist. Fuck all you people.
Just land on Normandy again. The French won't. They'll just surrender fairly quickly.
Yeah, they'll be there with champagne.
You want some wine?
I have wine.
The gun racks are filled with white flags.
Yep.
Oh,
shit. No, we'll definitely be doing this again at some point, I guess, eh? Hopefully
Hey, it was a great hangout, Sydney.
Thank you very much.
It was very good.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks everybody for joining. It was great having you, and we're going to see you again soon because some fucked up thing will happen.